my god. Hello. Why is it playing music? What the fuck? How do I turn this off? Was it this? Oh yeah, it is that. Okay. Anyway. Hello. How's everyone doing? So pretty, thank you. Yeah, how's everyone doing? Fuck, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm playing like Pokemon for the first time. That's all I know. Boop. But yeah, that's all I know. I just be playing this shit for the first time. You know, I don't know. I didn't really do anything today. All I did was edit today. So yeah. I don't really know what to talk about. Maybe I'll just start the game since that's all I had to talk about. Since, like I said, all I did was edit today. I'm gonna post that shit tomorrow though, but yeah, you believe in me? I don't. We'll see. But yeah. Oh wait. Oh, I just realized on this scene I didn't put the stupid fucking thing. But yeah, oh, why are you scanning me? What the fuck? Have fun? Thank you, I'll try to have fun. We'll see though. But yeah. Oh yeah, I didn't put the shit that I put on the other scene in this scene. Wait, that's crazy. Wait, can I copy this? Oh, wait, I can't copy this? Oh, I didn't want to move. Yeah, that shit. I didn't put that there. Whatever. Good luck, thank you. Enox is putting a keg in your room? Why is that happening? I don't want that there. Wait, can I copy this? Hang on. I don't think I can copy this. If I'm not on the scene. Oh well. But yeah, every death equals a glass to drink. I don't drink, so I would hate that. Oh yeah, anyway, I'm just gonna start the ROM. I want this. Thank you. I'm just gonna start the fucking thing, the game. I don't know why I said ROM. There aren't any ROMs here. ROMs don't exist. ROMs do not exist. Anyway, yeah, there you go. I had to put that shit there. I had to put the big screen when when something is happening. I had to switch constantly. This'll suck. Oh wait, my fan is on, right. Okay, you know what? While the intro is playing, I will turn off my fan. Fan has been turned off. Why is there people here? Why is there people here? I tried to switch with the intro, but I can't do that. I'm not sitting down right now. Anyway, I'm here now. No visible pie? It is visible, what do you mean? Yeah, so you're just stupid. Yeah, it's because you're stupid. I saw a split second preview of Melody DS in the preview. Do you partake in retro achievements? No. I don't have an account. I probably should make one because they do seem fun, but yeah, I don't have one. What do I want to know about? I want to know adventure. Oh, never mind. I don't want to know anything. ... Looks like the sun is descending in the sky. And now I'm over here. Whoa! That's crazy. Hello. Wait, are you Spirit Jane? Are you something else? Hi, Suplay, how's it going? Dude is over here. So this would be what is called Twilight, wouldn't it? Your Spirit Jane? Okay. That's what I guessed. Are you, what does the button do? What button? Can you make us hear? Oh yeah, you need to hear it again. No one told me that. Why don't you tell me, like, actual useful information when it's relevant? It is a hack round? No, this is my first time playing this, game. Oh, that one. Yeah, that's what that one does. Sorry to keep you waiting. Welcome to the world of Pokemon. My name is Professor... Oh, it's Oak again, but everyone calls me the Pokemon Professor. Wait. I have to do something. Hello. This is me. I do things. What other Mon games have you played? I've only played the Switch ones except for Let's Go. And I also played Fire Red. So now I am playing this one. I did Fire Red, what, like last week? I played through it. I beat it. Now I'm doing this one. So yeah, I'm gonna go through all the Pokemon games that I haven't played yet. Up until Sun and Moon. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. Everyone calls me the Pokemon Professor. Before we go any further, I'd like to tell you a few things you should know about this world. What should I know? This world is widely inhabited by creatures known as... Oh, I didn't know that. Thank you for telling me. That's a Pokemon. We humans live alongside Pokemon as friends. At times we play together, and at other times we work together. Gen 4 fans, when you tell them they're genuine. Oh my god. Some people use their Pokemon to battle and develop closer bonds with them. I don't know which one will be my favorite. I don't know which one. It'll be some of these. It'll be one of these. I just don't know which one. Who's killing the bitrate? Oh wait, no, never mind. I looked up to my right, I saw kill the bitrate, I just assumed someone did it right now. Are you a boy or... Oh, I don't know what I am. I wonder what I think this one is me, right? Yeah, I think I'm that one. I think I am a girl. You better, like my favorite Azumarill. Azumarill cute. I'm just making fun of the game right now, even though I'm probably gonna love this game because I love fire. I mean, I love Pokemon. That's why I'm playing it. I wouldn't play this game if I didn't love it. I might make fun of it, but that doesn't mean I don't love it. Oh wait, what's my name? I think this is my name. Is this my name? I think that barely fits. I think that's my name. Yeah, that looks like my name. Celeste, are you ready? Your very own tale of grand adventures about... I'm so glad I found a button to switch the screens. Because, oh my god, this would have looked horrible otherwise. Fun experiences, difficult experiences, there's so much waiting for you. You mean the mountain... Yeah, I'm the mountain climber. I'll see you later. You know, I should name one of the protagonists Solaria instead of Celeste. You know, for Emerald. When I play Emerald, that's what I'm gonna do. Oh wait, what the fuck? I'm here. I look like a freak. Why am I here? Booted up my PC. Someone DM'd me and I don't know why. Oh. Ethan! I pressed the wrong button. I forgot I bound A to Nintendo A for some reason. I would like to read this. Adventure, excited, I love Pokemon. Oh, Azumarill, right there, yeah. Whoa, why is it everywhere? Wait, do I have to look at my mail like all the time? Oh god, if I had to look at the mail, I'm not gonna remember that, by the way. I'm not gonna remember that. There's a TV here. I will just go down here. I'm gonna tell you right now. I don't know. I like Cyndaquil, that's what I'm gonna say. You're finally awake. Your friend Easton was just here. He was playing hide and seek with his Meryl. Oh, I almost forgot. Our acquaintance Professor Elm was looking for you. He said he had a favor to ask of you. You know where the lab is, right? It's right next door to the spot. Away, do you have everything you need to go out here? Use this bag. Thank you. Why is everyone a grandma? I don't know. They shouldn't... Why am I getting so much shit? What are you doing to me? I should put my mouse over here, right? Someone is DMing me again. Oh wait, no, I think it's my server. But yeah. What does this do? Oh yeah, go to fast, thank you. Battle scene, what does that mean? Stereo frame. Oh, I could change that? Wait. Wait, is there a cute one? I kinda like that one. Wait, I kinda like that one too. Oh wait, is there like a clown one? Oh, there isn't. You know what? I'll do this one for now. That kinda fits me, I think. I think I pressed the wrong button again. I should really stop doing this. Or I should just rebind it to, like, Xbox A, you know? But whatever, it's fine. It's fine. I do want to save the game, thank you. Wait, how do I get out of this menu? I just realized. Does it just take this long to save, or am I dying? I think I'm dying. Still sending us about the level critter. How do I leave? Oh, that's how I leave. Oh, I can. Oh, okay. I didn't know that I could just do that. Okay, that makes sense. I don't have to use my mouse stand at all anymore. Wait, that's insane. So I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not really in the community. I'm gonna kill this thing. Oh yeah, it's... So the weather, it's based off time, right? And like seasons. I think that's what I realized. Or that's what I like found out, because I actually... I actually tried to research this game for once. I didn't do that for Fire Red, and I was suffering, but yeah. So this is the famous Pokemon Lab. What are you staring at? Oh, why you put... Bro, I'm gonna kill him. Can I kill him? I wanna kill him. Hi, I've been waiting for you to know anything about my research. As you know, Pokemon are carried in Pokeballs these days. Oh, hello Cyrus, how's it going? Gen 9 is like top 3 gen without bugs, better than Gen 3 and Gen 7. You'll stand behind. I don't know this. I don't know what Gen 7 is. It's definitely going. Before the Pokeball was invented, people used to walk with Pokemon, just like your friend Ethan does. Pokeballs are great because you can carry many Pokemon. Hashtag nuke every... Oh, true. But walking with Pokemon must have some advantages. It could have something to do with how Pokemon grow and evolve, so I'm going to give you a Pokemon. Can you walk beside this Pokemon outside? Yeah, I can do that. It has Pokemon. Give me Pokemon. I want a thing. I want a thing. He got an email. I want a thing. I had this acquaintance that people call Mr. Pokemon. He keeps finding weird things and raving about his discoveries. I just got an email from him saying that is his name John Pokemon? It's probably another Pokemon egg. I'm playing that game right now. I chose Totodile. Well, I love Totodile. I'm not choosing Totodile though, but we're still probably busy with our Pokemon research. Is Violet even canon? Scarlet has the animated cards that promos the Masters cameos. I mean, I played Scarlet. What was the difference with Violet? I wasn't really that into Pokemon when I played it. Not as much as I am now. Totodile. Cyndaquil. Chicker, I'm going with you. I want this one. Yeah. Scarlet just sounds better in my opinion. I chose Scarlet because I like the Pokemon in Scarlet, so that's why. I do want to name it. Oh my god, wait, I could give it. Oh my god, I have so much room. Okay, where's... Okay, I have a theme for what I want to name my Pokemon. Unlike last time where I just named them after random shit. And I let you guys name them. This is this... Oh wait, I got a female Cyndaquil too. Wait, I'm so cool. Yeah, you're gonna guess this theme after I name it this. You can already see what I'm naming it. But yeah, that's the theme. It's Candy. I'm gonna name all my Pokemon after Candy. Is Starburst the nickname you wanna give? Yup. How do you like walking with your Pokemon? It's not bad, is it? You can take it all the way to Mr. Pokemon. Who the fuck is Miss John Pokemon if your Pokemon gets hurt? Yes. You should heal it with this machine. It's so easy to use. Just check. Mr. Pokemon, I don't know who John Pokemon is. His house is past Cherry Grove City. Go north a little past Cherry Grove. I'm counting on you. Okay, I'll try to talk to John Pokemon. Can I run? I might have to help you with your task. Oh, thank you for the potion. I love potion. Don't hesitate to use potion if you think yours is in danger. I will never heal it, but thank you. I got a potion. Who the fuck is this guy? Celeste, so you picked Cyndaquil. That's a cute Pokemon you have. When you walk with it, it'll become more friendly. You should turn around and talk to it sometimes too. Why don't you show it to your mom? See, okay, I guess I'll do that. Why do you want me to show it to my mom? That's kind of weird. How do I run? Or can I not run yet? I guess I can't run yet. Oh, that kind of sucks. Well, I gotta walk slowly over here. I wish I could... That's not my house. Where was my house? I already forgot. I was fucking around too much. Oh wait, this is my house. I can tell cause it's red. Yep, I knew it. That's a cute Pokemon you have. Professor Elm must have given it to you. Has a task for you. Say what kind of task? I see, that sounds a little typical, but when someone makes that kind of request of you, it must be important. I completely forgot your Pokegear came back from the repair shop. Here you go. What is this? The Pokemon Gear, or Pokegear as it's often called? Okay. Why are you talking like you're trying to sell me this? Is what every trainer should have. Guess what? You can use Pokegear to make a phone call too. Do you remember how? No. I guess I'll get more tutorial. Select the Pokegear. Okay, then select the telephone button. Names of people you can call are automatically registered. To select one to give him or her a call. Whoa. I love phone call. I have a phone. I wish I could run. Can I kill this guy now? Now that I have my Cyndaquil. So does the famous Elm Pokemon Lab. What are you- No, I can't kill him! What the fuck? Wait 1 second. I'm staring at my Cyndaquil, not you. My Starburst, not you. I almost completely forgot about this. Here, I'll give you my number. I had to remember to call them by the nickname I named them. I can't speak right now. I'll call you if anything comes up. But I had to remember to name, like, to call them by their nickname. Like, that's a made-up rule I made for myself, but, like, I want to stick by it. It's just so hard for me. I don't know why it's so hard for me. Alright, who do I gotta kill? I gotta kill this guy. I don't really want to kill this guy, but this guy is fucking dead. Look, he's gonna die right now. Yeah, he didn't fucking die, what the hell? Whoa, he did 1 damage to me. What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm dying. Wait, I missed. I got a DM, like, and I wasn't looking. What the hell? I don't know why everyone's just, like, DMing me right now. Sorry. Oh yeah, so Bland, I didn't know what a Soul Link was. I thought it was, like, a form of, oh my god, what's it called? I already forgot what it's called. Of a Nuzlocke. I thought it was a Nuzlocke, but like you just played with someone else. I thought that's what it was. Like just a Nuzlocke, but you played with someone else. I didn't know like what it actually was. I don't want to fight people. I wish I can run. What do you mean that's exactly what it is? Oh. No, it's because I didn't know, like, with the Soul Link, like, you know, you play the opposite version of what the person you're playing with is playing. I didn't know that, and I also didn't know that, like, I also don't know, like, the Nuzlocke rules. You don't have to do that. I thought you did have to do that. Well, center it. I'm gonna kill this guy. I really don't want to fight people right now, though. Wait, also the Cynical, it looks so cute. Like, its sprite, it looks so cute. I love the fire. Oh my god, wait, the name I gave it is so good. I actually gave it a really good name, huh? Well, I'm so good at naming things. It's one of those rules that's more of a suggestion, or, like naming every Pokemon in a Nuzlocke. I don't know, just like everyone I've seen do Nuzlocke has done that, but I also haven't watched many people play Nuzlocke, so only like Alpharad and like someone else. All this for a potion. I'm suffering already. We'll figure it out. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I've never played Pokemon. I'm not really that big of a Pokemon fan yet. I'm kinda getting there, but I still don't know like all the rules and stuff. I don't even know like type advantages and stuff. I barely know all of them. I think after this fight I heal. I have to heal, or my Pokemon will die. Starburst will die. Where's my bag? There's my bag. How do I heal? Oh, here you go. Oh wait, I have 6 potions. Oh yeah, I don't fucking care. Okay. If I had like nothing, you know. I know they gave me potions for a reason, but still. Wait, so where do I go? Oh, up there, probably. Fuck. It'll give me time to have my artist work on art for us? Well... Though, I'm so excited to play this game, though. I know the beginning is slow because, you know, it's a DS Pokemon game. But, you know, once I get going, I know, and like, I get my team together, I'll love them all. I've already thought names of like all of them, too. I've thought of names for everyone already. Like, I'm so excited for this game, I don't know why. Like, SoulSilver specifically, but yeah. And I just wanna... I don't know. I wanna play Emerald too, even though I'll probably die. SoulSilver is peak. Is this the house I go to? And postgame is peaker? I wanna take a break, so I had to record my progress. I don't want to take a break. Is this where I go? I can't run yet, so you know, I'm kinda just slow. I'm guessing this is where I go. Wait, can I look at my map? Is there a map button? Or is there not a map button? I guess not. I guess I'll just figure it out. Because they said I had to go to Mr. Pokemon, but I have a feeling it's not up here. I don't know why. Hello, Coed. I don't know why, but I think it's not up there. I will go to the left. I think it's over here. And not up where I was going. Yeah, you know, this looks more correct than where I was going. It's an apricorn tree. Since there's nothing to put it in, there's no reason to take it. Okay. I don't got, like... I have a bag. What do you mean? Whatever. Whatever. Okay, that sign was useless. Oh, yeah, here we go. I found it. I found it. You're a rookie trainer, aren't you? I can tell. That's okay. Everyone is a rookie at some point. If you like, I can teach you a few things. Okay, then follow me. I'm slow. I can't run. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that you weren't wearing the running shoes. I can run now. Oh, wait, never mind. I thought he would give me running shoes. Oh, he just baited me. Why would he do this? Opposite Pokemon Mart, they sell Pokeballs for catching wild Pokemon and other useful items, so I will buy Pokeballs. That's why I didn't want to buy anything. We throw these out this way. Trainers will be battling their Pokemon out there. If you go a little farther, you'll see Mr. Pokemon's house. Okay. I see. Wait, I can already cut... Oh, this is the sea. As you can see, some Pokemon are found only in water. Wait, I didn't know I can just, like, go to the sea already. Wait, that's kind of crazy. Here's my house for your effort in keeping up with me. Oh, thank you. Got you tonight. Don't worry, these are brand new. I can run now, thank you. The instructions read, touch the sprint button on the touchscreen for the sprint. It also says hold the B button down to sprint. I love running. Yeah. I'm finally not slow. Okay, what do you say? When I was a wee lad, I was a hotshot trainer. Here's some words of advice. Catch a lot of Pokemon. But you can only take 6 with you. If you catch more, they'll be sent to your PC. They won't run away from the PC, so there's no need to be alarmed. Remember what I'm about to tell you. Treat them all with the utmost kindness. I will try to do that. Sometimes I feel like I unintentionally abuse them just because I don't know type matchups. You know, and it's not my fault. Wait, what the fuck? I thought you said you had Pokeballs. Oh, can I not catch anything yet? Do I have to go to Mr. Pokemon? I had to go to John Pokemon to be able to catch things. That's crazy. Okay, whatever. Heal my Starburst. Oh wait, that's so cute! It just jumps on the table and turns into a Pokemon. I mean, you gotta get permission from John Pokemon? Why do I need permission from John Pokemon? He shouldn't be allowed to tell me what to do. I made it, I forgot about one thing, there's another token for me, take it. The guy can't... Oh, you got me on... Yay! I finally have a fucking map. Yippee! Okay, the Pokemon becomes useful as you add cards. I wish you luck on your journey. How do I add cards? Whatever. Wait, how do I check the map though? Is it here? Oh, I guess it is here. Okay, well, that's the map. Thank you, map. And I'm fighting immediately. Yep, thank you. God, I want to catch this Pidgey. I don't want to use it, but I want to catch it. You know? Do I have to catch Pokemon for post-game? Like, last game? I mean, I don't know. I feel like, just in case I do, I'm just gonna catch, like, every Pokemon I see, probably, but yeah. Nope? Okay. Well, I still kind of want to do that. Just more gyms? Oh. Wait, there's an item! I got the item! I got a potion! Don't go on the grass, thank you. Oh, you're wearing the running shoes. They make you feel like you're flying, don't they? But beware of wild Pokemon and trainers. When you run, the noise will attract them. But I'm impatient. I need to do it. Okay, John Pokemon, who are you? Is this John Pokemon? People usually come to my house looking for Mr. Pokemon's house. You did mean to visit my house, right? How kind of you. Do you have any apricorns? Apricorn trees bear fruit once a day. I have one of those trees too. Apricorns are really something to make Pokeballs and other things. They are quite useful. I have a feeling this is meant to be. I'm so happy I'll give you this. Oh, I can get them now. Okay, well that was good. Also, you're not John Pokemon, so fuck you. But thank you for this anyway. Where's John Pokemon? I need him. I need John Pokemon. Who's this guy? Is John Pokemon up here? Probably. What's happening over here, though? Are they fighting? Yeah, they are fighting. This is a big battle, leave me alone! It's a Rattata? Okay. Yeah, whatever. You know what, he could be cool, I guess. I'll beat him up one day. Or something. Is this John Pokemon? Yes, thank you. I want this. I'm stealing his apricorn. Thank you. I got pink apricorn. Pink. Pink. Yep. Thank you. Oh, John Pokemon is Professor Oak. It was eyes and you. Oh, wait, that's not. What the fuck? Oh, you're John Pokemon. I see. Sorry, I just saw two old men. I didn't know which one. This is what I want Professor Oak to examine. It was an egg. A friend of mine from Ecrutique gave it to me. I bet you can't find this kind of egg in Johto. I thought Professor might be able to tell me what it is. He's the best when it comes to the research of Pokemon evolution. That's a quote from the famous Professor Oak. Yeah, returning to Professor Elm. Your Pokemon should have some rest. Oh, thank you. I didn't need this. Hello, John Pokemon. I'm just gonna call you John Pokemon. And with that, I'm Professor Oak, a Pokemon researcher. So you're Celeste. I was just visiting my friend, Mr. Pokemon. I heard you were running an errand for Professor Elm, so I waited here. Bro, everyone is obsessed with John Pokemon. A rare Pokemon, I see. You must be helping Professor Elm's research. I think I understand why Professor Elms gave you that Pokemon. You will treat your Pokemon with love and care, it seems. I guess. I gave it a name. That means it's cool. You seem to be dependable. How would you like to help me out? This is the latest version of the Pokedex. It automatically records data on Pokemon you've seen or caught. It's a high-tech encyclopedia. I'd like you to have it. I can catch Pokemon now. I can catch Pokemon now. I have to get to go. Wait, he's a podcaster? Oh no, they killed him. I have a feeling that that is not the last time we'll meet. Let's exchange numbers just to be safe. Why is he a podcaster? Why would they do this to him, the goat? Whatever. Someone's calling me. Why are you calling me? Hello, Celeste. It's a disaster. It's just terrible. What should I do? Oh no. Please get back here now. I'll try, but you know, I want to catch other Pokemon, so you know, fuck you. I guess. I gotta buy Pokemon. No. When are we gonna duo on Fort? I don't know. I haven't played Fortnite, in 2 weeks, I think. I'll kill you. I don't have a fire type move. How am I gonna kill things? And they're hardening. What the hell? Oh my god, I'm doing nothing. I'm doing nothing to this Kakuna. I do want to play Fortnite with more people though. It's just I'm kind of bad, so I'm kind of scared to play with people because I feel like I'm gonna hold them down, you know? That's the only reason. That and also I have no time because most of my free time is spent editing. I really should like not do that, but yeah. I can carry, but there's a catch, so what's the catch? I think I'm decent at Fortnite actually. I'm not the best, but I think I'm good enough to not be a burden. You have to tolerate my brain rot. Oh wait, what was it? It was I show speed with Skibbity Toilet and what else? Don't worry, I have Hatsune Miku and I have Among Us.
Here you go.
So yeah. Thanks for the head pat. Hello, Bubble Nubby. Do you like my freak behind me? I'm gonna ask everyone if they like my freak. Oh wait, I can buy Pokeballs now. I can only buy Pokeballs if I have a Pokedex for some reason. That's the law. It's like ID. No, I still can't. What the hell? They lied to me. I was lazy and ordered out. Speed was vaulted. I had triple T. Oh. You know what? I kind of wanted that too. But I also don't want to spend any more money on Fortnite. What do you mean? That thing. That freak. The one that's getting healed right now. It's gonna come. Yeah, that freak. Look at his freak right now. Oh, what the hell? Oh, hello. You got a Pokemon at the lab. What a waste. That's a Pokemon that's too good for a wimp like you. Don't you get what I'm saying? Well, I too have a good Pokemon. I'll show you what I mean. It's cute. It is cute. I named it Starburst. I think it's a really good name for Cyndaquil. Passerby Boy. I'm gonna lose! If they have a water-type move, it's Jover. Oh my god, they don't! I win! I got a crit too, oh my god, wait. I'm winning! Oh yeah, it's just over. You're doing okay for someone weak. Yeah, we'll take this, buddy. You're dead. Specifically the Red Starburst? Yeah. I'm naming all my Pokemon after Candy. Like all the Pokemon on my team. You're gonna see what I have planned. I got the notice so late. Cyndaquil, let's go. Yeah, I've noticed that happens sometimes.
Let's get a good stretch.
Thanks for the stretch. Do you want to know who I am? I'm going to be the world's greatest Pokemon trainer. Bye. Oh wait, no, you're coming back. Give it back, that's my trainer card. I think the next one's Skittles. Haha, funny you say that. I'm naming one of them Skittles, not the next one though. Wait, how do I look at his card? Whatever, it's fine, I don't really care. Do you see those ledges? It's scary to jump off them, but you can go to New Barktown without walking through tough grass. You're blocking me! I'm kinda glad there aren't any people to fight. Wait until later games and we can make the avatar look like you. Can we? Is the customization... I don't know, I don't think... Like in ZA and X and Y, the customization isn't that good. I forgot about Scarlet and Violet though. I think my design is too complex for that. Ouch. Black and White is pretty great. Wait, Black and White has customization? Did you play Zeon? Yeah, I did play Zeon stream, but it was before I re-debuted. So that shit is lost media. That was like one of the last games I streamed too, like with the old model. Guess what? What? Why is it lost? I just deleted the VOD and well, no one can find it anymore. Cause I deleted all that shit. Flower Attack. Play it again if you like. Actually, I do kind of want to play it again. Oh, thanks for the rose. You want to see the old media? I mean, it's pretty much the same as this, except like I'm not a clown, and also nobody was watching me. Actually, no, I still had some viewers. But now I have a lot more, and I'm grateful for that, actually. I'm so grateful for that. You have no idea. Police officer, who are you? We're investigating the case of missing Pokemon here. Rule number 1, whoever did it will come back to the site. Oh my, so you must be the one who did it. Now, you want to see old model? I could send it. I think the design is kind of cringe though, because I wasn't good at designing things. But yeah, but I do want to play ZA again. I might play the Switch ones again now with my like, you know, knowledge of Pokemon, just so I could see how bad they were, because I don't really understand why they were bad, because you know they were my first Pokemon games and I thought they were okay. But I think now that I'm playing these games, I can go back and see why they were bad. Show it for a second. I'll send it in my server, because I think all you guys are in my server. I'll just, try to find it. Let's see, did I delete the pictures? I don't think I did. Yeah, because we are cool. I don't think I deleted the pictures, did I? Let me see. Is it in screenshots? I did not. I don't think I have the full body anymore. But I'll just send this, I guess. There you go, that's like the half body. It's not the full body, but yeah. There's a red-haired boy looking into the building. You battled a boy like that, he must be the one who did it. Do you happen to get his name? It's cute. Yeah, I don't know. I like this one more though. This one fits me more. Cause you know, I'm a clown. Anyway, what do we name this guy? I don't care. We're here for the antics, not the body. Well, most of you are. What do I name this guy? Someone give me a name. Or I'm just gonna call him Silver. I like the one you have now a lot more, but it's cute. Yeah, I like the one I have more. I like the one I have now a lot more too. For 3 years, I've only been here for massive boobs. What do I name this guy? Someone give me a name. Get out right now. Wait, why aren't you a mod? Did you demod yourself? Or did like Larry demod you? Cause I didn't do that. Goo Goo Babies. The other model makes me think you're doing ASMR. I never did ASMR. Draco? Okay, I'll name him Draco. Why? Yeah, I don't know why he talks as what happened. You unmodded yourself? Okay. I know you can do that. Here you go. So Draco was his name. Yes, no, apparently. I pressed the wrong button. Here we go. I don't want to press the wrong button anymore, thank you. Eating zombie lurking. Okay, thanks for helping my investigation. Have a good meal. My next assignment is to search for this red-haired individual. Celeste, I'm glad to understand you are innocent. See you later. Thank you, I guess. Bro, he's cool. Celeste, this is terrible. Oh, yes, it was Mr. Pokemon's big discovery. I want the egg. Can I have it? This is an egg, isn't it? This egg may be something I've never seen. Still, it's just an egg. John, Pokemon is always fascinated by eggs. Since he gave it to us, we might as well find out what secret it holds. I'll keep it for a while to find out about the egg. Nani? Okay, me a Pokedex. Is that true? That's incredible. He is superb at seeing the potential of people as trainers. Wow, Celeste, I knew you were a little... Why do you say that to me? Why would he say that to me? Your Pokemon seem to really like you, so why don't you take the Pokemon Gym Challenge? If you manage to beat all the gym leaders, you'll eventually challenge the Pokemon League champion. Or not. Becoming the champion is not at all easy, but you can certainly challenge Violet City Gym. Throws Pokeball at you? No, don't do that. Chanting the gym scattered around will be a long journey. Before you leave, make sure that you talk to your mom. Why does everyone want me to talk to my mom? Would this level curve be mean to it? Oh, really? Is it really that bad? This is not my mom's house. Why do I keep thinking this is my house? I just want to live with that old man, I guess. I don't fucking know. So you're leaving on an adventure. Okay, I'll help too, but what can I do for you? My house.wad. I know, every time you receive prize money, I'll save some of it for you. On a long journey, money is important. Do you want me to save your money for you? Wait, is this a good idea or no? Oh, at the start of a new... Yeah. Yes? Okay. I'll do it. I'll take care of your money. Be careful. Pokemon are your friends. When you work as a team, you can accomplish anything. Now go on. Bye. I need to fucking catch things now. I need to kill this thing now. Which one? I forgot them a lot. Wait, what are you talking about? There you are. Celeste, you can catch wild Pokemon with Pokeballs. Follow me. Oh, I had to get the Pokemon tutorial in order to buy Pokeballs. I see. Okay. I'm gonna fucking kill this thing. You can catch- yeah, I didn't know that. That's crazy. I had to watch a slow fucking tutorial. Thank you. Based off graphic for the DS. Oh, it's SoulSilver. If that's what you're asking. Whoa, he has 20 Pokemon, he's so cool. And this is my first time playing this game, so I will ask a lot of questions. You know, I should put the title on TikTok like first time playing whatever. So yeah, after live on Purple out. See, just like that, it's ready to lower your target HP more than I did, or make it asleep or something. You can try all kinds of things to see what works. I'll give you these, good luck. Oh my god, thank you. Bro was he was abducted. Haven't beat SoulSilver, but you did do Heart Gold. I didn't do either. You know, I don't know why. I mean, I do know why I never played, Pokemon DS games, but still, it, like, I don't know. I feel like I should've. You know what? I'll catch this thing. I'll catch this thing, and I... Oh, you did? Oh. I'll catch this thing. I won't use it, though, but I'll catch it. No, don't scratch me, bro. How do I catch Pokemon? Is it like this? I think I'm catching Pokemon or something. Am I catching this guy? Is he mine? Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, this is my luck already. You put- oh, I see. They identified me for some reason. And don't- oh, so I had to like sit on the ball so they can't like do anything, right? You should try his Pokemon Fusion. I actually wanted to. But I wanted to play it after I played Emerald, because it's based off Emerald, right? And I haven't played Emerald. I haven't played any of these Pokemon games. Scout Pokemon. It stands on its tail so it can see a long way. If it spots an enemy, it cries loudly to warn its kind. I think of it like something a child in a crib. What? I'm gonna name this guy. I'm gonna name this guy. I'm gonna name this guy. I don't Star. Scrungus? I kind of like Scrungus more. So I will go for the stupid option more. You know, I'll let you guys name the wild Pokemon that aren't gonna be on my team, actually. I think that's a good idea. You can name it whatever the fuck you want. I really don't care. Scoochie. Whoa, Coochie. I will also catch a Pidgey, maybe. If I can find one. I think I found one. That is not one. Okay, so should I fight everything I see then if the level curve is that bad? Oh, what the fuck? I'm already missing. I'm like 6 levels higher and I'm already missing. Pidgey's good, yeah, okay. I'll fight everything I see then. I won't run away this time. I ran away for time, but like, I won't run away this time. More blood for the blood god. Thank you for the stats, I don't look at them. Are stats even important? Be honest. I can just use whatever the fuck I want, right? Oh my god. I stream on YouTube as well? No, I'm streaming on TikTok. I don't do YouTube streaming because I'm bad at thumbnails. If you grind enough, anything is viable. No, I killed it. I got a crit, bro. I wanted him. Gonna follow you? Well, thank you. I mean, if you do exclamation point socials, you could see everything. You could see everything I have. If you really care enough. Haha. No, socials. With an S at the end. Please don't die. Please don't die. No. Oh, I'm talking to a purple app. I don't know how you do that on TikTok. I don't even think you can. Cause I don't think links work. You know, okay. Why would someone... What the fuck? You're reviewing? What the fuck? I can buy Pokeballs now. I will buy Pokeballs. I will buy Pokeballs before I go up. Because I think I have to go up, right? So I will buy Pokeballs before I go up. That's what I'll do. Yippee. But bro, I'm already missing on like level 2 Pokemon like this shit. It's not gonna go good. Who buy them when you can just shove the Pokemon in your pocket? You know what? True. Yoba. I mean, I'll buy this. It has a one-time catch rate, but I'll buy this. How much money do I have? Ah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. She can have her boots out on TikTok? Yeah, that's why. And so why are you giving Mama your money? True. I'm irresponsible with my money. I will gamble with it. If there's a casino in this game, I will gamble with it. If they let me gamble, I will do that. I will actually just do that. Why are these Pidgeys only level 2? I can't do anything to them. If I do one attack, they'll die. See? Oh my god, it didn't die. Oh my god, it persevered. You know what? You know what? You deserve this. You deserve this. There's a casino. Yeah, I'll go with it. Yay! Okay, what do I name this guy? I won't use it, so you guys can name it. You gonna say no? Fly? Name it Fly. Counting grassy areas and forests. It is very docile and will chase up enemies. Oh, Donkey. Okay, I'll name it Donkey. You know what? Sure. I don't know why. I don't know why, but I'll name it this. Bitch, huge, bro. What are these names? Okay, out of all of those, wait, out of Donkey, Chuchina, and Pingusi, I like Chuchina. Chuchina's better. Yeah. Wait. Wait, will it even fit? Oh, it will fit. Yep. This is its name. That's a cool name. I will go up here now. Because we all know Robin's just a sidekick. Exactly. But I won't use it, so it'll be even more useless. Wait, that guy didn't see me? That's crazy. Oh, Spearow. What the fuck? You know what? Sure. Ouch. I can't do anything to you. Wait, this kind of sucks. I have, like, no good moves. Or I have no more attacking moves. Like, I'm not gonna train my other Pokemon. I don't fucking care about them. Okay, you know what? Fuck you. I'll kill you. It's gonna be like that. I'm gonna fucking kill you. If a blind homeless guy has a phone, does he have a home page? Yeah. Yeah. Should have done it from the start. Try different routes sometime. You never know what Pokemon you're gonna get. Oh, I can't go up here. What the hell? Why are you imprisoning all these creatures? We're not gonna use them? Because I want them in my Nintendo PC. That's fine. Oh my god, thanks for the sub, Alex Genie, who are poking Damon. Me, I guess. I can't fucking get this guy. I only spared the one worthy of me. You know, it kind of sucks because I think most of the Pokemon I want, you get from trading in this game. Which is really important. Wait, you can get Geodude in here? Wait, that's crazy. That's Kratos said XP. So you're gonna cheat again? No. I mean you trade with NPCs, that's what I mean. So I had to catch these Pokemon in case they want them. But I had to trade with NPCs. But I don't want to say what Pokemon I want. But I think 3 of them I trade with NPCs. I'll give you a level 100 Pikachu. Oh my god, if you could, I'd gladly take it, but I can't take it. Okay, you know what? I will catch this dude. I will not use this dude since I already used the golem. But I will catch this dude. What do I name this dude? His name will be Ball. You know what? I like Ball. Dude. Guy. Wait, what if I name it Ball Guy? I combined them. You know? I know Ball Guy is a Pokemon character too. So yeah, I will combine them. Oh, what's... I pressed the wrong button. Where's the G? I can't fucking find anything. There we go. So yeah, can learn auto moves like dig, and when you make it into a cool lava. Cool lava. Wow. What Pokemon is Seneca? What does that look like? I don't know Pokemon. This is my first time playing this game, so I don't know anything. I just wanted to catch a dude. I went up there because I thought I had to go there, but... I guess I didn't. Oh wait, does it actively become nighttime when it becomes nighttime in my... Oh my god, wait, that's cool. Is this just a normal playthrough? Yeah, it's a normal playthrough. Oh, it's Cyndaquil. Okay. That's what you mean. Okay. I thought you were talking about Typhlosion. Your break is almost over. I'm sorry for your loss. Trainer Lucario 93, thanks for the follow, Hong Kong. How do I catch Pokemon in the water? I have to like be on the water, right? Okay. But yeah, this will be a normal playthrough. This is my first time playing it. I don't have any mods or anything, so yeah. Thanks for the boo. So everything stupid that happens, it's natural. That or fishing rod? I see. I understand now. Do I really want to catch fucking Weedle? If I catch this, I'm naming it Penis, by the way. I don't care what any of you say. You can't come up with your own battle style that unique. I didn't catch it. I don't want a Pokemon named Penis in my party. I don't want this. Oh wait, I should have put my Pokemon away in the PC. Oh well, whatever. It's fine. When you have 6 Pokemon, your Pokemon has a unique battle style, really? That's cool. I think there's 3 different fishing routes, I don't remember. I see, I'm learning so much. You guys are actually teaching me so much. Will I remember this? Probably not. But I appreciate the information. I think you're right. Okay, wait, so where did I go? I go up here, right? I go past Mr. Pokemon's house. I go over here. No. Oh wait, I can get a cocoon. Wait, I don't want this cocoon. When does Cynical learn a fire type move? Is it at level 10? Cause I kind of want that fire type move, you know? You get a shitty rod, a normal rod, and a really epic rod. Does it change the Pokemon that you get, or is it like... What's the difference? Like, do you get better Pokemon the better rod you have? Yeah? Oh, okay. How do I... Okay, wait, I don't want to ask this question because I don't want to, like, spoil one of the Pokemon I want. But, you know, I obviously want a water type. But I don't want to ask which one. Oh, finally I learned a fire type move, yay! I think in the future I might catch a red shiny Gyarados on hard. Oh, I need cut. Oh. I see. The different routes and routes, of course, different mons. Yeah, I know different routes you get different mons, because that's every Pokemon game. I just didn't know different rod equal different... Yeah. Whatever. So then where do I go? Because I do not have cut. Will you teach me cut? I just lost, so I'm trying to find more Pokemon. You look weak, come on, let's battle. What is the guy with the Rattata? Or is this a different guy? Oh, it isn't. Oh my god. You know what? He's gonna die. Fuck you, you're dead. Yay. I'm out of Pokemon I can fight. He gave me $64. Can I get your number? I'll bring you up to battle. Sure, I guess. I mean, when I set fire to ran my walls. Wait, so he'll just like ring me up whenever he wants to fight me. Should I have done that? I don't think I should have done that. Okay, I feel like I did go the right way, and then I don't know. I didn't go. I feel like that's what happened. I went the right way the first time, and I just didn't go. We are in your walls. I don't want anyone in my walls. You know what? I think chat is in my walls, though. I've been hearing noises. One time, okay... Too late. One time, like a few months ago, we did have a rat infestation though. It was in the garage only though, fortunately. But yeah, we did have a rat infestation. I'm under your floorboards. I say infestation, but I think it was only like 4 rats. Like, it wasn't that much. I think it was only like 4 rats, but still. They were there, like, shitting all over the place, so we just caught exterminated, and it was kind of over. Because I don't even think they lived in our walls. I think they lived outside in, like, the sewers or the bush or something, and then they would just come in for, like, warmth and shit. And, like, they would eat, like, some of the shit. Should've set them on fire. I went the wrong way. I feel like I should start running for time. Again. But yeah, that's what happened. I was kind of just catching Pokemon, and now I don't know where to go. It's like up here somewhere. Oh fuck. It's there. But yeah, that's what happened. So it wasn't that bad, fortunately. But it could have been a lot worse. Did you watch episode 1 of Needy Girl Overdose? No, I want to though. I think I'll watch it when it all comes out though. I'm doing the same thing with Jujutsu Kaisen and Steel Ball Run. I'll just watch it out when it comes out. Cause Steel Ball Run, like, you can't spoil me on that. I already know everything. Me and Juno watched it today and it was sick. I told Juno, like, actually I heard it was very good. So you should probably watch it. So, yeah. I think that's what happened. Are we done? It'll be done by June? I'm gonna be waiting for Silver One for a while. Yeah, I know I'm gonna be waiting for a while. Wait, I can't go up here? Wait, where the fuck do I go then? Do I go down? I should look at the map. The map will probably help me. I've been refusing to look at the map. Cause I can't go up because I don't have cut. And I can't go down. Or I can't go up here. So the only thing I have left is down. No, I had to go here. Yeah, I had to go here. It's fair, it's an episode per week, so I'm not mad at it. No, it's because Steel Ball Run, like, it was supposed to be... Or, we all thought it would be, like, you know, per week. And then it wasn't. Take a break, so I say to record my progress. Okay. I will talk to all the NPCs and hopefully they give me something. That's gonna be the whole season. Oh, right, was, cause that's what Part 6 did, right? Was SBR Steel Ball Run. It's JoJo. How's your dad? Yeah, whatever. Did someone give me cut and I just wasn't paying attention? No, no one gave me cut, right? Yeah, I don't even have a TM case. So then how do I get cut? I thought I was paying attention. I was paying attention. You better be, yeah, okay. But no one is giving me cut. Unless there's a gym here that I don't fucking know about. There doesn't look like there's a gym. So then, yeah, how do I get cut then? I will go to the Pokemon Center. Maybe there's an NPC in the Pokemon Center. If not, I will go talk to... Oh yeah, there's Mr. Pokemon. NPC is free for any trainer to use. Okay. Very sorry, we're on the ground right now. Okay. What about this guy? He looks cool. I can store any number... Okay. No one's telling me anything. Train Pokemon there already. Whoa, I can train Pokemon. But yeah, fuck, I don't know. What if I call someone? Maybe they'll tell me. You. Hello, we're checking the egg right now. It does appear to be Pokemon egg. We'll do a few more tests. Okay, what about you? My mom will tell me. Visiting Cherry Grove City, you know you're pretty close. How about coming home for a bit? Do you want to keep on saving? Okay. What the fuck? Wouldn't it be really funny if we ran a chicken hack from the egg? Yeah. Why can he evaluate my Pokedex? What the fuck? Okay, so I do have to go up here, but I don't have cut. And I don't know how to get cut. And that's like a random Pokemon I know has cut, but I don't know. No, because it's an HM move, right? You're wearing the running shoes? Yeah, okay, whatever. Apricorn! Yippee! I got Gurn. Wait, maybe you will tell me Pokemon can do moves like the stars HP. Okay, this is all just a tutorial. Just talk to everyone, someone will give you a cut eventually. That's what I've been doing. I talk to everyone, I feel like. I think what I have to do now is just go home. Cause I talk to everyone. What the fuck? What if I use this tree? Looks like it can be cut down. Okay, whatever. What about here? Will you give me cut? No, you suck. What's here? You suck. How did Professor Oak get past this? God damn, I fucking hate this. I think I do just have to go home then. Cause that's the only thing I haven't done was, you know, go back home. Probably walked around it like a normal person. But I can't walk around it. The ledge is too high for me. I can't jump, I'm a child. See, I told you the ledge is too high for me. I can't do that. It's a Sinduki, yeah. Consider famous just look at climbing trees, yeah. How do I get cut? How do I get cut? Someone tell me, how do I get cut? Cause I can't go in the fucking water. I think I just have to go back home. Cause I swear I checked all the houses, right? Yeah. I went in that house, I went in the other house, I went in someone else's house, I went in all these houses. Never fuck wanna going anywhere, it's funny. Yeah, whatever. Did I go in this house? I feel like I went in this house. What am I getting? Yeah, whatever. Alright, I can't. Yeah, whatever. What if I go home and check on Egg? Maybe that'll teach me something, I don't know. There's nothing down there, right? Yeah, there's nothing down there. I talked to that guy, I talked to you. I talked to you. I think the only NPCs I haven't talked to are at home. Your Pokegear is impressive, thank you. So I just do this. There's that, yeah, whatever, that stole Pokemon. I wonder how it's doing. They say Pokemon raised by a bad person turns bad itself. Don't give up, Akali, if I learn anything about the egg. Okay, you're useless. You're all useless to me. Everyone is useless to me. Cause that's my house. I hear Professor Elm discovered it's a new Pokemon. Yeah, everyone's useless. So famous, I wish I could be a researcher like him. Do I have to buy it? No, I don't think I could buy it. He's not here, he's giving to himself, he's busier than I am. Can I go upstairs? No. Should I mess with someone else's PC? Where do I buy it then? I talk to everyone. I can't press. I can't move. Why is it going down? I believe in your power to look around. I've been looking around. I feel like I've been everywhere. Bruh. I'm getting in so much shit. Okay, so what route is this? No one tells me. I gotta talk to you. You can climb ledges, but you can jump down for them to take a shortcut. Okay. Oh wait, did I ever talk to this guy? I fought him, right? Bruh. I don't know if I talked to him. You should try different routes sometime. I did talk to him. Also, I didn't see what route this was. What route was this? Wait, does it tell me? Oh, Route 46, okay. I will go over here. I will jump down this ledge. Cause there's nothing up here, right? I mean, you're not letting me see. Yeah, there's nothing up here. Bro, I literally can't look at anything. I will go up here. What is... Actually, that's a useless sign, I think. Okay, that's Cherry Grove. I can't go over there. Who did that? Bubble number 32. This is 30 though, right? I can't go over there. Did I ever go on the right side there? I don't know if I did. Because all these Pokemon, I was just kind of fighting. And now they're annoying me. They're fucking annoying me. I literally can't think when I'm like getting in this many fights. It actually sucks. You know, I kind of wish it was like, Earthbound, where if you're too powerful, they just like fuck off. Okay, later, how do you get it? Like, actually, how do you get it? Or where do I even go? I have looked everywhere. That's where I came from. Yeah, that's literally where I came from. And I had to just fight this guy, I don't know. Also, I didn't know I could go up here. He's gonna die. It's in the forest. Should not be stuck. I'm tired. It's hot. Nobody understands. Also, I picked up all the Pokeballs in the forest. It wasn't there. I know I did. Will you talk to a guy? Do I? Or do I just do this? I think you're lying to me. I didn't Google it. I think you're lying to me. God, because of the evolution, looks like I couldn't go on the fucking thing. Wait, was that the Google AI though, or was it something else? But yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to fucking fix that. It's from GameFAQs. How do I... Okay. Dark Cave. Can this be... Okay. Just go sub. I will go sub. Should I go in Dark Cave? I should go in Dark Cave, I think. Dark Cave sounds cool. Give me this Blick Apricorn. Thanks for the Blick Apricorn. Oh wait, there's a ball. I want that ball! I caught a bunch of Pokemon, let me battle with you. I want that ball! Caterpie. Oh wait, he has 4 Pokemon. Wait, did I have 4 Pokemon? No, he also has 4 Pokemon, okay. Bro was not lying. You know, I could send in my bird. Maybe it can learn something. I don't know. I was dealing with the muscle spasm. I'm back. Wait, are you okay? What the fuck? I don't think I want to go in Dark Cave, actually. Do I want to go in Dark Cave? Is going in a Dark Cave a good idea? Guess I don't stretch enough. I hear Dark Cave is pretty dark. Oh, I see. Do I need like flashers? Do I need to flash someone? Is that what I need? Awesome, I like you. Look, okay, when I'm in the tall grass, I find all kinds of berries. If you'd like some, I'll share some. Can I? Yeah, thank you. If someone asks for my number, should I just give it to them? Like, I don't know if that's a bad idea. You can't flash a student to- oh, I see. I think I had to flash in this cave, though. Dark Cave and Pokemon collided up, I'd explore it. Oh, I think I do need flash. Wait, I was lying. Oh my god, I do need flash. You should do that in real life, too. Oh, I see. Okay, I need to flash someone so I can explore the Dark Cave, I see. I understand now. I try to fucking ignore the grass. I don't want to fight these Weedles! I'll still do it! But I don't want to fight them! I'll do it for the experience. The little experience I'll get. No! No! Yippee! Good night. Oh, good night. Can I go up here? I like to think you don't have any object from anytime you get into battle, you just forget the entire- Yeah. I find a good Pokemon in Dark Cave, I go to raise it to take it to use the leader to buy the city's gym. What are you doing here? I knew it was you. How did you get past me? Here's something new for surprising me. Versus recorder. What the fuck is that? Oh, record your Pokemon battles. I have to go now. Wait, you can literally say I'm about to record this. I'm not posting that shit. Got my ass beat. Okay. That's crazy. What do you do? We care about traditional buildings around here. That's why even the Pokemon and Pokemon Center are painted a bit somberly to blend in. Where am I? Where the fuck am I? I don't know where I am. Can you do something for me? Yeah, you can heal my Pokemon, thank you. I'm gonna put, like, most of them away. Where's the PC? Is the PC that thing on the right that has the monitor? This doesn't really look like a PC, but I'll guess it's the PC. Okay, it is the PC. That doesn't really look like a PC. Is it? Yeah, okay, deposit. I will deposit you. Yep, deposit you. What did you say? Why did Twitch center it? And I will deposit you. There we go. Also, why are you following me, John Pokemon? It was about 3 years ago this group of thugs caught Team Rocket was involved in wrongdoing. They were abusing Pokemon, but bad things never last. A boy did a wonderful job and Team Rocket was disbanded. That's not my canon. Gabby reports a ghost-type Pokemon appearing in Sprout Tower. They say normal-type Pokemon moves had no effect on them. Ghost-types also don't affect normal-types, so you know, they kinda cancel each other out. I collect Pokemon, do you have Bellsprout? I want to trade it for my Onix. Really? A Bellsprout for an Onix? Wait. What the fuck? A man taking credit? Yeah. A Pokemon you get in the trade goes quickly, but if you don't have the right gym badge, they may disobey you. How do you even get Bellsprout? I had to find it somewhere. Where is it? The City of Nostalgic Sense. What is this? I can't read. Pokemon School. Wait, what? Pokemon School? Earl will show you all there is to Pokemon. Do I want to go in here? Who the f- are you, Earl? Hello, Earl. And it's a little sudden, but would you like to join a group? If you join a group, you can compete or cooperate with fellow members. It's a lot of fun. I will make a group. What do you want to name your group? I think this is obvious, right? This is right. Where's the end? There it is. I can't. Yeah, there. Clowns. There, clowns group. The Clans group. That's a great name. Leader Celeste and the group gets more members. Is that it? Earl, what the fuck? You showed me nothing. I'll read this, I guess. The Black Boy explains Pokemon status changes battle. Read with. Oh wait, this is just a tutorial. Fuck you, no. Blackrock got nothing on Clown's group? Exactly. This is the gym. Faulkner. Type. The elegant master of flying Pokemon. Oh, I don't have a electric. There's probably a Mareep, right? Or something. There's probably something. You cannot have your Pokemon out walking with you in some places. Places like building caves and where there are huge crowds, but all you have to do is put it in a Pokeball. I like Pokeball. You could just throw rocks with... true. I do have a rock. But I don't want to use Rock Guy. I want to use the Pokemon that I have, you know? Oh wait, this is Ghost... Oh, I don't want to be here. I'm leaving. I don't want to fight ghosts yet. I want to do something else. I'll go over here. I'll see if there's good Pokemon. Route 36. There's no grass. Oh, I need cut. But still, there's no grass. Old man. Do you see that strange tree in the road? That may explain why few people are visiting the ruins of Ow. The ruins of what? Who? What? Where the fuck? I don't think I should be here. Where the fuck am I? What the fuck? Okay, you know, this is what I get for trying to find Pokemon. Whatever. Whatever, bro. Okay, I will try and look for one, like, down here, then. I will get this Orng, or whatever the fuck it's called. Yellow. Yeah, whatever that says. Oh. There is grass here. Oh my god, yes! Okay. I found one. Unfortunately, I am level 12. Marie. No. Okay, it doesn't kill you. Oh, and you have static. Yes, yeah, okay, that's what I want. Yes, oh my god. We're good, we're good, we're good. We're good, we're good, we're good. Maybe if I don't fucking die. Or if I don't get a crit. Okay, yeah. Ouch. You know what, that's good enough, that's good enough, that's good enough. Here, you like girly things, right? You're team girly pop, right? Yeah! Yeah! Okay, but its face grows continually in the summer. The face is fully shed, but it grows back in a week. This guy will be on my team. And I will name it because it is on my team. Girly pop. Exactly. This is what I am naming it. Where's the T? I can't fucking find it. There it is. I'm wearing so many roots for the rule in Minecraft. They're getting their revenge. I got Sour Patch the Marie. Let's put you in the lead. Yeah, look at my sheet, bro. Wait, what's the hurry? Are you just naming them after candy? I said I was naming them after candy. Have you gone to the gym? You can just Pokemon yourself there. It's a rite of passage for all trainers. Did you not hear this? I said it like I don't know how many times. I named them after candy. That's the theme. Okay, you know what? I'll see. I'm watching your stream while munching on pizza rolls. Wait, that's so chill, actually. I remember when I used to do that with other people's streams. I vaguely remember. Okay. Where's the Pokemon Center? It's like down here, right? Actually, the Marine might not have an electric type move yet. But we'll see. I might need to train it up. Which will be difficult. Because... I think the only thing I can train it up with is the fucking ghost type thing up there. They probably have Thunder Wave or something. I can check. Let's see. What are your tackle and growl? Yep. Cool. Oh, this is gonna be difficult to... You know what? I'll try to fight the gym. I'll see what level they are. Why is it so ominous? What the fuck? Champion Mickey, you must be here to challenge Faulkner, your gym leader, right? You're quite welcome. Almost. The city has a tower called the Sprout Tower where trainers come to train themselves. Training Faulkner may be too difficult. We haven't gone through their training. Okay. Thank you for telling me this. Actually, thank you for telling me this. You're actually so chill. Wait, you're actually chill. That guy, he's the chillest guy in all of Pokemon. There's shit. A Bellsprout over 100 feet tall. People say they became in the middle of the pillar. Oh, is that why these Bellsprouts are here? With their dick-sucking lips? Sprout Tower was built long ago as a place for Pokemon training. Okay, I will try to train my Pokemon if someone fights me. Only those who reach the top will receive a wonderful move. Oh. I see. Someone's fighting me! It's a Rattata! Go, Sour Patch! No, don't fucking do that! You gotta let me kill you! No, don't do that! Oh my god, why did you do like more damage to me? Whatever, Static, let's go! Wait, Static is actually like so good. I mean, I wanted him for a reason, but still. No! Ouch! Wait, because it's in the heal ball, will it heal like after every fight? Or does it just heal when I catch it? Hang on, I need to see. Okay, it only heals when I catch it. Wait, that kinda sucks, actually. Static goody, yes. I should have bought more potions. Here, have a potion. Have a fucking potion. There you go, have a potion. I will fight this guy. However hard we battle, the tower will stand strong. Bellsprout. Bro, they want me to train my Syndical so bad. But, like, the Syndical will be useless. I already trained it up a lot, too. Yeah, touch me. Aw. Now so aggressive. Touch me harder. What do you do? Potions are made of... What do you think potions are made of, by the way? Potion. What the hell? I'll switch my Pokemon. Sure, here you go, Starburst. Come back, Sour Patch. Sorry, I'm impatient. Actually, I'll just split the experience. I'll kill this one with Starburst, and then I'll kill the other one with Sour Patch. I think that's a good idea. That way it doesn't take too long, right? And all this guy has is fucking Bellsprout anyways, so like, whatever. Go, Sour Patch. I have names for all the Pokemon except for one, by the way. I don't know what I'm gonna name the one Pokemon, because you're gonna see why I'm having trouble with it once you see what I want. But yeah. It's like after every fight, I had to heal it. And I don't want to do that. Yippee! He didn't learn the move, what the fuck? I fought hard, but I'm too weak. Why didn't you learn the move? You should have learned the move. Paralyze heal, thank you. I'm gonna be doing the paralyzing though. We stand guard in this tower. Here we express our gratitude to show respect for all Pokemon. This guy is fucking dead, Bellsprout. Die. Oh my god, wait. What level? I already did like half a tel. That's crazy. I need to learn more moves though. Okay, do it though. I'll just stay in. If I'm getting that much experience for like one dying, like you're 5 levels above it, I know, but I just like last time it took 3. That's what I'm saying. I got a crit. And I only leveled up once, well now I leveled up again. Yippee! I'm guessing level 10, you learn electric move. And then I will be happy. But we'll see. Ouch. Why do they all just like whipping me? What's their problem? I don't understand their problem. Yeah, they're getting so much experience for this. I should just keep them in. Whee! X accuracy. What that do? I don't know what that do. Now you're 6 levels above it, Yippee! Watch you not learn electric move? Yeah, probably not. Probably not. Do I want to fight this Rattata? I feel like I'm gonna die to this Rattata. I will die to this Rattata. I have to heal. I will buy more potions after all this. But whatever. Ouch. What the fuck? I'm not paralyzing anymore. What's the point? With her luck, she'll die. I will die. To be fair, I thought I was gonna get a crit like once. That's why I healed. I sway like leaves in the wind. Maybe this guy is you. Just based off in saying that, that guy is you. Sage Edmund. That is you, Liru. I'm almost out of tackles, please. What the fuck? Looks exactly the same as all the other ones. Oh yeah, see, there's that crit. I told you. Why is it this one exactly? Because of what he said. He said he flows like leaves in the wind. That's why he's you. Oh, Thunder Shock, let's go. See, I told you. I told you. You'd never say that. Also, W move, yeah, W move. I told you, I know this game, I told you. I'm the best Pokemon player in the world. Call me Wolfglick, bro. You know, I probably should have switched. Ah, whatever, it's fine. I just want the experience. You just say this is my first time playing, so I know nothing? No, I know this game, bro. What do you mean? I know this game. I know this game like the back of my hand. I played this game when I was a child. Bro's just like... Okay, that's enough experience for you. Oh, I can't go up here? Okay. Or I can't go over there. I want this one. This one is mine. I got a potion. You know what? I should use that. I should probably use that. Where is the guy? There's Sour Patch. Thank you, Sour Patch. I trained to find enlightenment in Pokemon. You know what, Larry? That's you. Why do they all have this stupid fucking Pokemon? They should make it so if you use too many potions with Pokemon they get cancer? No, why would you... Bro. Why would you make that a mechanic? Oh yeah, you take too many fucking pills? Cancer. Or you put on too many band-aids? Cancer. That's what you're saying. The others TM lights you in pitch black darkness. That's a bit too Souls game-like. That shit is a chemical, it's not a band-aid. I mean, it's like the fucking med spray in Resident Evil. Whatever that shit is made out of. So you're saying Leon should have cancer? Or Chris? Ian, you got cancer? Okay. What do I want to get rid of? Probably either Smokescreen or Leer. But I don't remember what Leer does. What does Leer do? Bow is given to Leer restart. Oh, defense is reduced. And then Smokescreen is... it reduces the foe's accuracy. Yeah, I'll get rid of Smokescreen. Okay. Yippee! It is my head that is bright. He's smart. Now. Oh wait, Silver is here. Let me see how much you trust your Pokemon. Bro, I'm gonna kill you instantly. You're fucking dead, bro. Troy. I will kill Troy. Troy is dead. Troy has never been more dead than right now. I can smell you. Why are you smelling him? Stop fucking smelling him, he doesn't like it. Nice comeback stream, by the way, you're lurking. Oh wait, you came back? Well... I didn't know you came back. I follow you, oh my god. Thank you, Sage Troy. I've killed Sage Troy. Got a new Discord? You've been gone for like a year. Oh yeah, Larry did get a new Discord. He's not fair to the elder. Where do I go? Oh yeah, there's my Discord. Whoa, what a coincidence. That's crazy. I feel like I've been here. I had to go in the middle somehow. Actually, I think I was in the middle. Oh, someone joined it. I know because I got 2 pings. Yeah, okay, I was here. So then I should just be able to, like, go in the middle, right? Honest people are gonna have me acting out. They're not that much bigger than my other model, what do you mean? Am I bouncier? Yes. But that's it. There's probably a ladder somewhere. Oh, there we go. I can just squeeze through that, I guess. You showed us what you've got, and it is indeed good. Take this TM. However, you should care more about your Pokemon. The way you treat your Pokemon can be too harsh. They're centered on TikTok can be referred. Yeah. Remember, Pokemon are not tools of war. He caught insult the elder, but he was no match for me. Sure enough, those who lecture how you should be nice to Pokemon, they cannot defeat me. All I care about are strong Pokemon that win every time. Larry, that's you. The rest of them don't mean anything to me. What the fuck? He has an escape rope. What the fuck? Okay, before I fight this guy, give me this. Yeah, I got an escape rope now. Now I can do the same move. So good of you to come here. Sprout Tower is a place of training. One Pokemon test their bonds to build a bright future together. I am the final test. Allow me to check the ties between you and your Pokemon. I'm all the people in this town, apparently. This is you. Yeah, you're everyone. Yippee! Is Hoo-Hoo like the only flying type they have besides like the one I have, or what? I wonder. Also, I like how Marie like flashes. I like how Sour Patch flashes, I mean. When they come in. Don't hypnotize me, no! Why are you faster? I'm a sheep. I'm an electric sheep. I should be faster. What the fuck? Ouch. What the fuck? Yeah. Yeah, die, idiot. Yeah. They didn't die. What the? Oh, I'm only 1 level higher. Yeah, die, idiot. Yippee! I should get a lot of experience for this, right? 1, 2, 3. I didn't get a lot of experience. You know what? I won't switch. Cause now I see that Sour Patch needs experience more at the moment, so whatever. What the fuck? What'd you do with all those Bellsprouts? Yeah, what do you do with these Bellsprouts? A solid amount of XP for being 4 levels above them. I was only 1 level above it. It was level 10, I was level 11. Larry, are you high right now? What's wrong? And I thought I didn't pay attention. 1, 2, okay, there you go. You know what, there you go. I rent them out. Why'd you give me $1,200? The way you battle is quite elegant. You should be able to stand up to Faulkner, and you should be able to make good use of this. It's a TM called Flash, take it with you. Yippee! I can go into Dark Cave now. When Pokemon learns Flash, you can eliminate caves no matter how dark they may be. You can try it on Bellsprout, for example. Wait, what's a good HM slave in this game? Who should I use? And that's also why I was catching Pokemon, just in case they were a good HM slave. But like, who's a good HM slave in this game? Strike a pose. Wait, Larry, can you Google this for me, actually? Because, you know, this is kind of something I can't really, you know, figure out by playing. This is something you have to look up, so... If you can tell me a good HM slave, I will use it. I guess, I don't know why. I think it's kind of Lapras. Oh. I don't think I can catch Lapras right now. What about, okay, can you look up, like... Can you go to, like, GameFAQs and, like, see if there's any others that are good? For me. I'm hoping Geodude. Wooper, Quagsire, Sentret, Burret, and Geodude. Oh, I have a Geodude. Okay. That's good enough for me. Good enough for me. I'll just give it to my Geodude. Should I get my Geodude and just teach it right now? Probably. Because I will forget. Alright, Bird, you're going away. I am trading you for a rock. Rock is stronger than Bird. Geodude can do everything except fly and water HMs. Okay, you know what? That's good, because then I can just get someone else to do fly and water HMs, baby. Even though I already have someone who can learn fly. Like Lapras. I don't have Lapras right now. I can't get Lapras right now. But I want to go into Dark Cave. So someone beat the game with only Lapras using Serve? Oh my god. You also don't have water HMs? Yeah, that too. Where is HM? Is this HM? This is HM. Use. Teach Flash? Yes. Ball guy. Wait, it says enable. Wait, you lied to me. What the fuck? Why is everyone lying to me today? What the fuck? Do I have to level it up? Just use Sentret? Yeah, true. Honestly, yeah. Here you go, bro. Go in there. And then I gotta withdraw this guy again. Here we go. I'm so glad I caught these guys. I knew I was gonna have to use them for something. Okay, you know what? I'll do it here, just in case I'm being lied to again. But we'll see. Unable. Why is everyone lying to me? It probably has to be Ferret, that's why. So I think I need a Ferret, not a Sentret. You know, I'm just keeping it. Fuck it, I don't care. I don't care enough to draw it. That's just barely an HM. Everyone is lying to me. Why is everyone lying to me? You need a furry? I need a Pokemon that can learn Flash. Or I need a good HN slave. What do you say? Champion to make it, I know trainer, but I can give you some advice. Believe me. Believe it. If you believe that a championship dream can come true, you believe that, listen, the grass type is weak against... Oh, yeah, I didn't listen. I mean, I can learn Flash. You believe that champion can... Yeah, you believe that, listen, the grass type is weak against the flying type. Keep this in mind. Okay. I will switch this. Wee! Okay. I can't believe how ridiculously high this is, but from up here you can tell what it feels like to be a bird Pokemon. Let me see if we're good enough to face Faulkner. Why is everyone trying to fight me, bruh? What the fuck? What the hell? Why is everyone faster than me? I don't deserve this. Yeah, die. I'm getting so much experience for some reason. Ah, man, this can't be true. It's probably A because of America, but still. It's fine because he has statics, so we take those? Yeah, I guess. Oh, you some kind of big shot? We'll see what happens if we get pushed around up here. Think you'll stagger and fall? Why do you want to kill me? People here are training night and day to become bird Pokemon masters. Bring it on. Why does he want to kill me? That's insane. He just actually wants to murder me. He doesn't want a Pokemon battle. He wants to, like, actually murder me. Haha, get paralyzed, idiot. I'm getting nothing now. Am I playing Platinum after this? No, I'm playing Emerald after this. I'm playing them in timeline order. I missed! Oh wait, yeah, that's what that move does, obviously, yeah, okay. I'm level 13, I'm cool! When does it evolve? Level 16? I don't fucking know, I'm gonna kill this twink. I'm Faulkner, the Violet City Pokemon Gym Leader. People say you can clip flying-type Pokemon's wings with a jolt of electricity. I won't allow such insults to bird Pokemon. I'll show you the real power of the magnificent bird Pokemon. Well, look at him, he's cool. Oh, I'm higher leveled. Okay. Should be easy then. We'll see though. Yeah, this should be easy. Well, Sour Patch is actually just so cool. Sour Patch to go? Wait, let's see. Yeah, Sour Patch to go. The win is finally with us. Please get paralyzed. That would be so funny. No! Really makes me wonder how these people became gym leaders. Yeah, you know, yeah. We can still fly! No! Yeah, get paralyzed, idiot! And now you're dead. Maybe. Unless you have like... Okay, yeah, you're dead. Bro, Sour Patch actually the go. I don't know what else to say. Oh, and I learned Thunder Wave. I understand. I'll bow out gracefully. For pity's sake, my dad's cherished bird Pokemon, but a defeat is a defeat. Alright, take the official Pokemon League badge. This one is a Zephyr badge. Political favors. Look at Sour Patch right there, too. With that badge, Pokemon included, traded Pokemon up to level 20 will obey you without question. It also enables you to use the hidden move Rock Smash anytime outside of battle. Burb. Well, I got a TM. By using a TM, a Pokemon will instantly learn new moves. Think before you act, a TM can only be used once. Roost. I don't have a bird Pokemon. There are Pokemon in the cities and towns ahead. Make sure you use good use of them. As for your next move, I would suggest Azalea Town. I don't know where that is. Where is that? I'm leaving. Bye. I'm being called. Hello, Celeste, we discovered something. The details are, well, I can't really say anything, but we want you to carry that egg. My assistant is at the Pokemart in Violet City. Could you go meet him and pick up that egg? Okay, I guess I'll do that. I'm being forced to do this. What kind of Pokemon is in this egg? Hello, you look scientist. Long time no see, Celeste. I've been waiting for you. This is from Professor Elm. Thing is, we would like you to take care of an egg. Okay. I got the egg. Yippee. After you left, Professor Elm received a phone call. I have no idea what they were talking about, but after a while, Professor Elm suddenly cried out, I can't think of anyone more suited for that than Celeste. Then he insisted I hand this egg to you. That's how I came here to deliver this egg to you. It seems that a Pokemon hatch from it only when you keep it in your body of Pokemon. That's another reason we chose to use Celeste. Please take care of it. Okay. But that's cool, I guess. No, not someone else. Me oh my, that egg must be. I see, so it was handed from John Pokemon to Professor Elm, then from Professor Elm to you. Now I get it. That egg is truly an important egg. Please do take good care of it for me. Is that understood? I am counting on you. Thanks, mysterious woman. Bye. I don't know who you are, but bye. I'll just go and heal now. Please restore my tired Pokemon, they need it. Is that fucking Jin Kazama up there on the top left? Is that fucking Kazuya Mishima? Bro, what is he doing? I need that machine. Can you tell me what kind of trainer you like best? What kind of trainer would you like to be? I wonder. You know, I'll choose Idol, I guess. That's what VTuber, right? Yeah. I see, so an Idol is the kind of trainer you like. If that's the case, others may come to see you in the same way. Talk to me again if you let me know what kind of trainer you like. Okay, that's probably for online shit, but you know, I don't have online shit, obviously. I'm not online. Wait, why is this house here? Why is this random house here? Oh wait, this is the guy that wanted the Bellsprout for a fucking Onyx for some reason. Like after a day, you just get zapped into full health. I want to go into Dark Cave. Wait, I need to find Pokemon. How do I get Lapras? I can only get Lapras on Fridays, right? So I can't even get fucking Lapras right now. I mean, I could teach. No, I don't want to teach my Mareep, actually, because I'm not going to use it as a move. What's the hurry? Yes, some good Pokemon there. It must be from the training gave them around Violet City. Training at the gym must have been especially helpful. As a souvenir of Violet City, take this. It increases the power of Grass-type moves. Okay, well, I'm not going to use that. I'm not using Grass-type. This playthrough. You also need The epic rod to get Lapras? Aww. What the fuck? I am running from you. I don't have a ground type yet. I haven't seen you around before, so you think you're pretty tough. I think I'm tough. I'm pretty tough. Oh yeah, I can kill you pretty easily. Look at how easy I'm gonna kill this guy. What does Thunder Wave do? How do I check, like, what it does? Because I'm pretty sure that's a status move and not, you know, an attacking move. Oh, do that. Tough as a marshmallow? No, I'm pretty tough. Look, I killed that guy in one hit. Look. And this one will also die in one hit because you're weak to it. See, I told you. You're strong. Okay, I should probably put Starburst in the lead. Because I think the next gym there is good for fire. Everyone made me hate Zubat. Why, do you just fight a bunch of Zubats? So you're the same as Dunsparce but more accurate? I see. Can Ekans learn Flash? Don't lie to me now. I mean, it's gonna fucking die, but yeah. Zubats are everywhere. Why are you staring at the wall? Yeah, and you know, pardon Pokemon battle, I'm on the phone. Oh, alright, I'll accept your challenge. I initiated the fight for once. Wait. Nita ran. I could've caught that. I didn't though. Don't fucking growl at me. What are you doing? Yippee! I'm guessing Starburst evolves to level 16 then. So, yeah. Oh wait, it evolves now? Okay. Okay. Yeah, whatever. Yippee! It looks ugly now. Quilava looks so ugly. Yippee! You had a big journey to see the sights. Neat. Let's be friends. Can I have your phone number? I want to hear about everything you've seen. Okay, I guess. Quilava's like the worst mid-evolution. Yeah. Wait, you know what the best mid-evolution is though? Fucking a Brazen. I love Brazen. Not for Guna reasons, but you know. Brazen just looks so hot. Ha, get it? Ha. No, I think Brazen's more cute than hot though. Except for Guna reasons. No, I think Brazen's more cute. Like, I actually think Brazen is so cute. But you know, everyone wants to fuck her, so whatever. I hate Delphox though. Delphox looks so ugly. I hate Delphox. Which sucks, cause like, I love Brazen, I hate Delphox, so it just sucks. Why there's so many Ekans? Get this shit away from me. Thank you. Oh, finally, I have a repel. I'm not gonna use it now. Wait, what is this? Wait, what the fuck? I can go 2 places. I'll fight this guy. That glance, it's intriguing. Roland, Nidoran, okay. Quick attack. This'll murder you, right? Nope. Ouch. Yeah, die. Yeah! God, they gave me so much- like, why did the trainers give me so much experience? Compared to the Pokemon, it's kind of funny. No! Can Rattata learn Flash? Is Rattata a good HN slave? I don't know. It's dead anyway. I don't know who a good HN slave is. Ow! I need to fight the snake. I'm getting raided. Oh my god, hi Rosie. How's it going? What were you streaming? How are you doing? Hello. My name is Celeste. I am a Bat Clown VTuber. I am playing this game for the first time. I do not know what I am doing. But yes, hello. I mainly play a lot of Nintendo and horror games, so you know, if you like that, haha. You're playing Metal Gear Solid 4? Well... I wanna play that game. Soon. How you doing? I'm doing good. I'm just trying to find, a Pokemon that can learn Flash. But I don't know a Pokemon that can learn Flash. I don't know where they are. I might need to evolve my Sentret. Nice. Into a Furret. When does Sentret evolve? What level? Is it early? Because if it is, I might just, like, level it up. Well, Bullet Seed. And I'm running into so many Pokemon right now. Level 15. I might just fight with it. Honestly, it could have been level 15 already, right? If I just fight with it now. Hang on. Where is it? Scrungus. It's level 3. What if the egg gives me something cool? Wait, no! You're gonna like have fun? Okay. Good night. Have good night. Yep, I can speak. Gordon! Hi Kuja, how's it going? Oh, Wooper! I want that! How do I get Wooper? I want Wooper! I want Wooper right now! Go, Sour Patch! I want Wooper! Give me Wooper! That's... yeah, I just... yeah. No, you missed no. Oh, right, you're ground! Right! Oh my god. Tackle. Ouch. Ouch. I might die here. Because I'm doing nothing to it. Wait, if it has no water moves... If it has no water moves... You know what I should do? We'll see though. Wait, ground is still super effective against me, right? Yeah, it is. Never mind. Fuck it. Fuck. Before I really know her. It's dead now. Bye, have fun. Goodbye. I killed Gordon. Damn, all my Pokemon are weak to ground type moves. I need someone with good ground shit. Hello? Oh, hi, how are you doing? I found a useful item while shopping. I bought it with your buddy, sorry, but I asked the delivery man to take it to you, so you should stop by the nearest Pokemon or department store. And pick it up, it'll be useful. What is it? Please don't tell me I have to fight these guys. Okay, thank you. Please give me a Wooper. Is this how I... what the fuck? That's a snake! Go, Scrungus! Actually, I have to fight you anyway. If you get poisoned, I will not heal you. I don't care about you. Well, you should talk to those guys. Why should I talk to them? I will talk to them, but why should I? I'm sorry, I don't care about Scrungus. I just want an HN slave. It's not like I can, like, pull it out anyway. Like, it's gonna die because of the route. And the poison. I swear, Scrungus, if you die, all you need to do is hit one more move. Yay! Defense girl. That could be good. You really try by fighting poor Scrungus. Yeah, well, Scrungus is dead. Oh, Scrungus survived the poison pit. Oh my god, Scrungus is goated. Wait, we lose that fish. Larry, what are you doing to me? Oh, it's one of these guys. Well, goodbye, Scrungus. One of them might give you a rod, I don't know. Goodbye, so should I just switch? And they're all gonna have Splash. This is gonna take forever if I just do it with Scrungus. But like, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, but Scrungus scissors, yeah, I guess. Here you go, Scrungus. Scrungus, you got nothing. What the fuck? I think I deserve more for surviving on 1 HP, you know? But whatever. Gotta love beating up magic. That did nothing! Oh, they had tackle. Well, goodbye, Scrungus. Scrungus has fallen. Scrungus is now dead. Oh, that might kill me. Oh no. Why was I scared, actually? Don't worry, Sour Patch got revenge for Scrungus. You're on level 5, bro. What is the point of this? Not like this. It's fine, I told you. Sour Patch got revenge for Scrungus. It's fine. It's totally fine. This is a Nuzlocke can be dead forever. I mean, I'm not playing as Nuzlocke though, am I? That's why I didn't care. Also, this is a Nuzlocke. I wouldn't have gotten my other Pokemon, but whatever. I have to heal every second. It feels like this. My Pokemon freshly caught. You're not giving me a rod. That's a Poliwag, bro. That has no R's. Why are you fighting with a thing that has no R's? What's wrong with you? Oh, Buble, you can't do that to me. It did 1 damage. It did 1 damage. Bro's getting shat on. I'm sorry, I had to. Please level up. Unless you level up at level 16. I don't know which one. It's either 15 or 16. It's one of those two. I don't know which one. No, don't do 1 HP again, please. Oh, wait, you actually did more. You did 3 HP. Whoa, you're so cool. Splash. Oh, yay! Yay! 2 Pokemon Evos already? Let's go. Yippee. They're cool now. They're actually just cool now. Sour Patch, let's go. I Sour Patch evolved into Flaffy. See, we didn't talk to this guy, so we don't have evolved. True. Look at this fucking pink thing. Is it this guy? I'm really good at fishing, but I've been better at Pokemon. Are you? Are you good at this game? I think I'm good at this game. Ralph. Oh, Goldeen. I wonder if my level 15 Flappy can take a level 10 Goldeen. I wonder. Well, I probably should get cocky. I know this game will humble me, like, later. Because of some bullshit. I tried to rush things. Will you give me a rod? Don't young people fish anymore? I can teach you how to fish well if you could exchange phone numbers with me. Okay. Can you give me a rod? That's great, I'm happy I made a younger friend. Do I have to call you? Is that it? Do I have to call you? I'm gonna call you right now. This is Ralph, afternoon. If you're nearby, let's talk face to face. Okay. Fishing is a lifelong passion. Pokemon are lifelong friends. They didn't give me a rod. But if I talk to them again, call and collect the essence of fishing Pokemon are the same. Freshly caught Pokemon are no match for properly raised ones. I guess I lied. Why'd you lie? Why would you lie to me? Oh good, there's a Pokemon Center. I can abuse a Scringus again. Scrungus is feeling better, so you decided to take Scrungus with you. Okay. Thank you. I got Scrungus. Yeah, look at Scrungus, bro. Oh no. I didn't know if he was a traitor. That badge is from Violet City, V. Faulkner? Not Scrungus, but my other one did. I could have sworn that's where you got the rod, but I must be thinking of a different wooden bridge. I mean, you can look it up, you know, haha. Or something. Ouch. Scrungus is gonna die again. Okay, fine. I'll call in a better Pokemon. Here you go, Sour Patch, you're better. You're just better, you're just her, you know? The old rod is in Route 32 Pokemon. Oh wait, I was in Route 32. Oh, I can just go back then. I had to go back. So I was almost right? Yep. You were. Route 32 is either the one up here or it's like so far back. I don't know which one it is. But like I said, I also want to go into fucking Dark Cave. I have Flash, but I don't have a Pokemon that can learn it. I mean, I do, but I don't want to teach it to Sour Patch because then I'll lose it forever. I know what my weaknesses are. Use birds, bruh. That's your weakness. Is this Route 32 Pokemon Center? Let's see. Oh, it is. Oh, is it this guy? This area is great for fishing. Look at all those people fishing. Did you feel like you want to try fishing too? Would you like one of my rods? Yes. Yeah, me. You want to go fishing? But it's about to use the rod first. Dude, I'm really so shit, I guess. If there's water, okay, I'll try to fish. Cause maybe I can get the third member of my team. I feel like you already know what it is though. But yeah. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. come on! I got a fish! No, they hate me. I have a shit rod, bro. I'm not gonna get anything, bro. What's wrong with me? Is it because I'm new here? I think it's because I'm new here, you know. I need to go with these guys. Where they're fishing. Your rod is... I know it's rubbish, but I need one. Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh, I had to press it? Oh, I didn't know I had to press it. Wait, how do I... What button do I press? I was pressing the X. I was spamming it. Do I press A or do I press B then? I wonder which one I press then. I press A, okay. No, I don't want you. I can't leave a fucking magic card. Okay, there we go. Level 10 magic card. Yeah, but I don't want it. Actually, I should look up where I get this Pokemon so I don't just waste time fishing here. I mean, I'll waste time right now, but yeah. Yeah. Bruh. Also, it is here. The Pokemon I want. Why can't you leave this fucking Pokemon? No. Do you need a better rod for it, though? No, it said early game. But you know what? I'll see. Maybe it's not in the water. Maybe that's why. Oh yeah, it's not in the water. Okay. That makes sense. I should also switch in Sour Patch. It might have been too early too, because it also says night only. Is what I can find it, so... It might have been too early when I was, like, getting into shit. It might have been, like, barely too early. But yeah, we'll see. Like, this counts as nighttime, right? Or no? Like, when it's dark like this, it's nighttime, right? It's not like something stupid like fucking dusk or whatever. Can you check on your touchscreen? This is my touchscreen. Is it the Pokegear? 1932 Sunday. Oh, I can change this as well. I didn't know that. But yeah, it's 1932 Sunday. I just go back to where in the video they got it. But yeah, we'll see. But if they have it, I'm pretty sure I can catch it, right? Like, that's usually the logic. So I'm just gonna... Yeah, they caught it, like, here, in this patch of grass. But I think this is all, like, Route 32, right? So it doesn't even matter. Oh, there's Bellsprout. I can get Bellsprout! I'll try not to kill you. No! Oh my god, yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, and you're paralyzed? Okay, yes, this is good, this is good, this is good. I will not use a Great Ball. Yay! Okay, you guys name it. I don't care. What do you want to name this guy? Tends its feet deep underground to replenish water. Can't escape its enemy while it's rooted. Vacuum. Okay, I'll name it Vacuum. Vacuum. There you go, Vacuum. Bruh. No, the nighttime there looks like the same here though, so I'm pretty sure this counts as nighttime. But yeah, we'll see. Alright, looking for a 1% roll? I don't know. I mean, do you want me to tell you what I'm looking for? Since we're looking for it. Sure, it's Rooper. I'm on a Quagsire. That will be the third party member. Bruh. I can't find this fucking Wooper. Oh yeah, I probably should have checked the catch rate, huh? Cause I only checked like the location, I didn't check the catch rate. But I'm only finding like these fucking Marines. It's low odds. How low? How low? I'll stay here. Slightly better at night? Oh. Okay, well, what are the odds? What's the percentage? 25? Yeah, I can do that. What odds are Bellsprout? Because now the Bellsprouts are appearing, and they weren't really appearing before. So yeah, I can do that. It's fine. Wooper, Wooper, come on, Wooper, please, Wooper, 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 Wooper. You know, if this was Cobblemon, I would have caught it already. But it's not Cobblemon.
Let's get a good stretch.
Thanks for the stretch. Wooper, 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 please, Wooper, Wooper, Wooper. No. Yeah, what are Bellsprout's chances? Because now they're appearing. And they weren't really appearing. Wooper, Wooper, Wooper. I will say that until I get a Wooper. Believe me. I will keep doing that. Every time I go in the grass, I will just yell Wooper, 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 Wooper until I get a Wooper. Actually, no, the secret is not caring, right? That's the secret. I had to not care, so I got the thing that I want. Okay, yeah, I don't fucking care if you show up, bro. I'll fucking kill you. I'll fucking kill you. Yeah, whatever. I'll fucking kill you. This thing is fucking dead, bruh. I'm gonna kill it. This thing, when it shows up, it's gonna die. Bruh. Wait, that's 2 Bellsprouts in a row, though. That could be good. Or that could be bad. We'll see. Okay, well now I'm fucking dying in the grass. Bellsprout is 20? I'm getting Bellsprout more than Wooper. Bruh. What is this guy's problem? Yeah, fuck you, buddy. I'm gonna fucking kill you. Are you serious? Wait, is Bellsprout a good HN slave? Or can it only, like, learn Flash? I'm assuming it can learn Cut, too. What the fuck is Rattata? I swear Rattata is, like, rare, too. I swear to God. I already have you. I already have you, bro. I don't need you. You know, it's kind of shitty that Wooper is so low. I found a Hoppip. I'm assuming that's also really rare. You know, I'll catch this guy. Or I'll try to catch it. Just gonna learn... Cut, Flash, Rock Smash. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Bellsprout. I almost killed it. Wait, I'm not gonna be able to catch it because it's just gonna do Synthesis every single time. And I'm gonna accidentally kill it. Like now. So I can't really catch this. Oh well. I didn't want to use Hoppip anyway, but... I'm pretty sure Hoppip is like so rare, right? Come on. That's not what I fucking want. That's not what I want. I'm gonna kill this thing. I'm gonna kill myself. I will kill myself. In game. Okay, if the next one isn't a Wooper, well, I don't know if I should say that. Because I know it's not going to be. We'll see. Yep, told you. Told you. Come on, bro. I need something. Rat. This is where my luck starts. Are you near Violet? Yeah, I'm near Violet City. I don't know why I couldn't say it. I'm on Route 32. That's where you find it. Or that's what it said. It said Route 32. You can go to Violet City Center and get a Wooper egg. Wait, really? Where? Oh, Violet City. Yeah, whatever. I can do that right now? Okay, I guess I'll go. Oh wait, this is the egg I have! Oh, I see! Cause that's the egg the scientist gives you, right? I have that. Okay, I didn't know that's what it was. Okay, whatever. Just go down- yeah, okay, whatever. I didn't know that, whatever. I will use Flash though. Here you go. You become my HN slave. Why the fuck is Ralph calling me? Who the fuck is Ralph? Sup, this is Ralph, how are ya? I just beat a wild tentacle. I told my kid, but he scoffed that he could do the same thing easily. Boy, has he gotten cocky. You call your mom sometimes too. Okay, thanks, Ralph. How do you grow the eggs? Is it just by walking? Or is this one story progress? It's based on stats? Okay, well, I've been walking a lot. So, it should be cool, I guess. No! Also, did you get the egg in the shop? In the shop? No, I didn't get it in this book. Oh wait, I did get it in the shop. Right. Oh, I do have to go back. Okay, fine, I have 2 fucking eggs. Whatever. I'll have 2 fucking eggs. It's probably a Togepi then. Oh. You know what? That makes sense that it's Togepi. I will not use Togepi. But it makes sense that it's a Togepi. I should probably just use my Repel. Since I wasted a lot of time. Where's the Pokemon Center? It's like down here or something. Yep, here you go. You said I can get an egg somewhere. A guy named Bill made the. Okay, yep. Why don't you try it once? I should be filling your face to a Pokemon friend and show me show. I am Primo, the big brother. Today, would you, one of my friends, tell me what you think of me? Yes. Feelings. Oh. Depressed. Lifestyle. What's your trainer ID? I don't fucking know. Why? Is that important? Depressed event. Yes, okay. Oh my, is that how you feel about me? I never thought of it that way before. By the way, how do you like the way I'm so excited and fun? I don't want to do this. Can it possibly be that you're not interested in the big brother? You're just busy right now. Yeah, that is it. Okay. I can save and look at my oh no. How do I look at my it's Pokegear probably. Wait, how do I look at my trainer ID? Is it? Oh, it's that. There's my ID right there. 11543. That's my ID right there. 11543. Pokemon are really smart. Train Pokemon might listen to you right away. For example, how do Pokemon sometimes whatever we don't have no gym badges. That's about 50 years ago. Okay, you need to tell that guy home shed skin. And then strong group. Wait, but I can only do 2. Wait, where is that then? I had to look at all this shit. Okay, it's probably that Pokemon. Is it status? Chlorophyll, cute, dragon effect, fine. Honey, nope, okay. Greetings. Ha ha ha, hee hee hee. No, here I go. Hey, hi there. I'm sorry. No, lifestyle. DEFGH. Oh, holiday home. Home, okay. I found home. And now I have to do what? How do I change to ABC mode? Is it feelings? DEINORS no, not S. It's union. FRS. What? Lifestyle again. LMNNPQRS shopping. Sweet toy. Nope, it's not here. Status. It's status. NNFINQLMNORPQ. There's a lot of. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there it is. Confirm. Okay. Hi, is that how you feel about me? Never thought of it that way before. By the way, how do you like the way I'm exciting and fun? Okay, and then what you just say? Strong group. Is that trainer? Strong, surrender, strong. And then what? Group. Would that be union? Well, it's not here. It's not union. It's feeling. And RS. No, okay. Bro, there's no G's in fucking feeling. It's Pokemon 2. No, it's trainer. SV. What? AFILMPRS. Yeah, G isn't here. Is it lifestyle again? D, E, F. Oh, there it is. Yep. Okay. That was so stupid. You are no ordinary fan knowing such a thing. You are a trader, right? I'll pull some strings for you. I can swing a deal and give you this egg. You take care of it. Whooper egg, yippee. There you go. That was so stupid though. That was actually so fucking stupid. How many stats is it? Because it might be easier just to find a Whooper in the wild. Because my Togepi still hasn't hatched. Apparently you can get a Slugma there too if you... No, I don't care about Slugma. I already have a fire type, but why would I want a Slugma? I guess for the Pokedex, but still, yeah, I don't care. Slugma nuts. Okay, I already made that joke, buddy. You can't make it again. So I think everyone made that joke already. And then Pokemon Center, I will just heal. Heal me. My mom made that joke the other day. Wait, your mom made a fucking Slugman? That's so weird. That's crazy, actually. She didn't. Oh, okay. It would have been. Why are you lying to me? You would lie to me on stream. Okay, what's in here? Union Cave. Oh no. I just realized it was silly goofy, haha. I just realized. You know what? Good thing I saved this repel. I knew I would need it. I already told you secret code for an egg. What are you saying? Yeah, I guess that is true. That's the only time we didn't lie, though. Wait, this sucks. I'm gonna have to fight these guys. I'm surprised. I didn't expect to see anyone here. Wait, what's better for Quagsire? Is it Surf or is it... Is it a fucking... What? Waterfall. Oh, so I'm gonna do nothing to this guy. Oh, they all have rock types? I'm doing nothing. Wait, unless... Vacuum, go! You'll probably die if I go. Come on, Vacuum, you can do this. So what if it's that high level? It doesn't matter. No. Bro, they're gonna do like one move that'll just fucking kill me. Also, wait, I could have traded. I could trade this Bellsprout for an Onix. I just realized. Waterfall does more damage, but... Well, just because one's physical, one's special, and this is when the physical special split happened. Like, this is after that. That's why. And I don't know which one Quagsire is. I don't know if Quagsire is a physical attacker or a special attacker. I'm guessing physical, but I don't know. Sorry, I'm being a nerd. I'm being a nerd. Why do you have an Onix that only fucking uses Harden? What's wrong with you? And Screech. What's actually fucking wrong with you? Apparently the best option for damage for Quagsire would be Earthquake. That's not what I'm asking, I already know that. But that's a ground type move. I'm asking for its best water type move so I can deal with these rocks. It almost leveled up twice. The waterfall. Okay, thank you. Is the most. Okay, thank you. Let me see if my Pokemon are good enough to battle. Time to do no damage to you again because my Wooper is dead. Oh, wait, you're level 4. I should kill you. I mean, we'll see. We'll see, but I should be able to kill you. You asked which was better, 1-4 fucking Surf is not a combat move. I mean, it can be, though. Cause like I said, what is... I mean, the last game Surf was good. Like, Surf was so OP with Gyarados. Surf is good, but it's not single target damage good. It did 1 damage rate. Like 5, which is good for you to do, not for damage output. I see. I will switch my Pokemon. Go in, Starburst. If you want to hit like a truck, you never use an HM. I see. This makes sense. When does fucking Quilava evolve? I hate looking at its fucking mohawk. Like, that's the worst thing about this sprite, is the mohawk. I hate the mohawk. I love the Gen 2 remake OST. I wish I had a water type right now. That's what I wish. I'm glad these rocks don't have anything, though. I got a crit, yippee! You know what? Fine. They're running out of PP, but fine. I can use it. Hopefully they fucking die. They almost did, actually. Butterfree works really well since they have low social demand. Just for the love of God, they don't have Rock Tomb. Need to get the gas station. I do. I do need it. I don't know. I want my Wooper already, but that shit's gonna take so long to, you know, hatch. Why is he getting so much experience? Bro, wasn't that high level? Okay, whatever. You know what? You deserve it. Thank you, Vacuum. He's vacuuming all the XP? Apparently. Okay, I'll fight this guy. I found a Great Ball. I think they have a fast XP rate. Too bad Supersonic keeps confusing my Pokemon. I'm seriously upset about that. Wait, who was the one who said they hate Emerald? I think that's how they feel. Well, copy. I need a Psychic type. I don't have that. I will have that later. Just so you know, I'm teasing my team. I will have a Psychic type later. Just not now. Espeon, for real, for real. I know what I'm gonna name it. Too. My Psychic type. I know what I'm gonna name it. I roam far and wide in search of Pokemon. Are you looking for Pokemon too? Then you're my collecting rival. What is this guy's issue? Why does he look like this? Oh, Slowpoke? Perfect for me, okay. Yippee! Die! Yeah, see, perfect for me. He's a TCG scalper. He is. He actually is. I'm trapped in the cave. Bro, what's with all these level 6 Rattatas? I don't want to fight them. Get them away. Now. Azubat, let's go. Should I catch one? You need to name one of your Pokemon warheads? You know what? I can. I don't want to spoil which one I can name it, but I was thinking maybe that would fit more than the name I was thinking. Because I don't know what to name it, and once you see what it is, you'll see why I don't know what to name it. But I think I can name it that. I found Awakening. Once you see what it is. It's raining! Wait, I can get pink. I can get pink and blick. Yeah, I got pink. Yeah. Why did he join it like that? Look, I got pink and I got blick. Look. Blick. Why are they named this? I finally got through that cave. It was much bigger than I expected. I got too tired to explore the whole thing. Yeah. Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Why are you lurking? I came through the cave, but I still have plenty of energy left. Geo, dude. It's raining. If you have something that's weak... Oh, wait, I need to switch. Okay, fine. I didn't want to, but whatever. I guess Vacuum can take it or something, I don't know. Wait, Rise, you weren't in my Discord server? I thought you were. Oh, I don't want to do that. Here you go, Vacuum. Thank you, Vacuum. Now you can get at everyone whenever I stream. Isn't that amazing? No, don't do that! I'm gonna have to use so many Vine Winds! More than I have! Come on, it's raining, they should be weak. Bro is putting on a buff on me, yeah. You know, by the time the ad is over, this fight will be over. I guarantee you. I guarantee you, bro. Like, actually... Cancel Nitro a bit before you can't join. Oh. That kinda sucks, you know? But whatever. Why did they get so much experience? I don't understand it. Machop. What is fighting weak to here? Besides Psychic, like, obviously, but what else is fighting weak to? You're in 100 servers? Yeah, honestly. You know what? I'll just send in Starburst. Cause I don't think they're weak to anything here. Also, Sour Patch is level 17. Wait. What am I doing? You know, got it. You know what? You should count right now. Send a voice note in the Discord of you counting. You should do that. And then you should ping Leru when you do it. 185? Are you in them for emotes or is it like other streamer servers? Because most of the servers I'm in are for emotes. Also, what I tell you, I told you by the time this battle is over, the ad would be over. And guess what? It was. I'm in like 30 or something. I'm in like 40, I think, but like I said, most of them are for emotes. Cause that's all I care about. All I care about the emotes. Yeah, I'm only talking like 5 servers, so yeah, Azalea Town. Oh my god, it's you. Who are you? You don't know us? We are Team Rocket. What? We broke up a while ago. Give me a break, we have not broken up. Actually, we did once, but we have come back to pursue Giovanni's ambition. Enough talking, shut up and just beat it. Said. Bro, we pushed him, what the fuck? What is this? That's a well. Nothing's going on, it's unsafe to go in there, so I'm standing guard to make sure people don't wander in. Am I not a good Samaritan? Bro, he's cool. Slowpoke Well, also known as the Rainmaker Well. Locals believe that a Slowpoke's yawn summons the rain. Records show that a Slowpoke's yawn ended a drought 40 years ago. I mean, it's raining, so it should be fine. Slowpoke had disappeared from town. I heard their tails are being sold. Wait, what? I hate that when I move, it cancels it. I heard their tails are being sold somewhere. Because I'm just always holding the control stick, like, naturally after I talk to someone, just to, like, go there instantly. When I'm done talking to them. But in Pokemon, if you do that, I just, like... Yeah. I'll buy 5 of these. Oh wait, I need to talk to this guy, right? Because my mom ordered me something. Oh, a super potion. Nice, she's so cool. Oh, that's why you want to do that. Okay, I see. Netball. On water and bug type. Okay, actually, this will be good because I can only buy 1. Okay. I can't see how much money I have, so I'm just wasting all of it. Whatever, I need a Slowpoke tail. Me too. I wonder what gym this is, cause if it's like rock type or something, I might be fucked. I might be fucked because I don't have my Wooper yet, and I don't know what level it'll be. But if it's like weak to, you know, something. Oh, what are you doing? Do you know about Slowpoke Tail? I heard it's tasty. Aren't you glad I told you that? I guess. Zaytown Gym Leader Bugsy. Okay. You're weak to fire. Good. Good enough for me. Actually, good enough for me. I hate to break it to you, but probably gonna be level 1 or 3. Yeah, probably. I'm probably gonna have to grind, like, off-stream once it hatches. If it ever fucking hatches, bro. Like, Jesus Christ, it's taking forever. Cut through Azalea and you'll be in Ilex borders. But these skinny trees make it impossible to get through. The Charcoal Man's Pokemon can cut down trees. Charcoal Man? Is this the Charcoal Man? Is this John Charcoal? You want me to make some balls? Sorry, but that'll have to wait. Do you know Team Rocket? Don't worry, I'll tell you anyhow. Team Rocket's an evil gang that uses Pokemon for their dirty work. They're supposed to have disbanded 3 years ago. Anyway, they're at that well, cutting off Slowpoke tails for sale. So I'm going to go get them a lesson in pain. Oh, hang on, Slowpoke old Kurt is on his way. I should probably follow him or something. I'm gonna steal his apricorn first, though. It's gonna be Wit. Or something. Yeah, Wit. Wow, I'm so good at guessing these names. I'm gonna steal his mail, too. Kurt's house. Okay. I can't steal his mail. Oh my god, he killed him! What the fuck? Wait. Okay, I should probably buy repels if I can. I probably wasted like all my money though. But let's see. I always forget to buy repels. I don't know why. I don't even know if I can buy repels here. I can. I can buy 4. You know what? Good enough for me. Good enough for me, bro. I think my mom has most of my money. I need it. I need it so I can spend it all. You don't understand. I can't fucking get through here. Oh. Oh. I think that's Togepi. Should I put this one away? What should I name this guy? What should I name them? What if I name it this? You know what? That's a good name. I think that's a good name. It looks exactly like it. Yeah, yeah, this is its name. Togepi. Okay, you're going in a box, buddy. I don't know how many steps that was. Oh, what the fuck? Why are you calling me? Hey, Celeste, this is great news. A Pokemon hatched from that egg. I knew that giving that egg to you, Celeste, was the right thing to do. I just knew it. You should come here and show me what kind of Pokemon it is. I'm not gonna do that right now. You know, I would also name my Quagsire that if I didn't have a name for it already. So yeah. I'm just gonna, you know, I'm just gonna put this thing away because it's not needed. I should also put my Sentret away because it's not needed. Yep, there we go. Good enough for me. And now I should go to the well. I've been doing too many things. When I should be doing not that many things. I need an egg. I need my Wooper, like, given to me. Hey there, Celeste. The guard up top took off when I shouted at him, but then I took a tumble down the well. I slammed down hard on my back so I can't move. Rats, if I were fit, my Pokemon would have punished them. I can't be helped. Show them how gutsy you are in my place. You know what? I can do that. I'm guessing they have a lot of Zubats. So I will just put Sour Patch in the front. I was standing guard up top when some old coot yelled at me. He startled me so much that I fell down here. How about I vent my anger and take it out on you? Okay, bruh. That's cool, I guess. Oh no, Rattata. Okay, but when one of them starts with Zubat, you know, I'll be chilling, you know? I'm just saying. What is it, Rattata? I'll put in my Quilava. I'll put in my Quilavas, so it, like, my Starburst, so it, like, does things, you know? It's gonna do things. That way, I can evolve it, and it's not ugly anymore. I think that's a good plan. Yeah, that's a perfect plan, right? It's not gonna be ugly anymore. I'm gonna use a repel after I see if there's, like, random encounters here. Stop taking Slowpoke tails. What? You want us to disobey a direct order from Executive Proton? If you want us to stop us, you have to defeat us all. Go ahead and try. Who the fuck is Executive Proton? Why are they named this? Who names their kid Proton? Yeah, Zubat, I told you. Bro, I'm chilling. I'm so good at this game. I don't know, I should just, like, I don't know. I should be doing things. Seconds. Okay, I'll switch. Yeah, I'll just keep doing this. That way they both get experience. This is a good idea. Because right now I don't have their weaknesses. Because I am weak. I am very weak. I cannot do anything. Because I am weak. I need to grow stronger. See, this is why I need to grow stronger. That That right there is why I need to go stronger. No, you didn't go stronger. You rotten bad. Wait, can I just... I can't just do this, right? Okay. Wait, the slowpokes look so sad. Quit taking slowpoke tells me listen to you. Team Rocket's rap will be ruined. I mean, I understand why, but still, they look so sad. Why are you fighting me with level fucking 7 Pokemon? I didn't think I was gonna be that OP, but okay, whatever. Oh, I guess I had to stay, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Fucking die. Thank you. But yeah, the slowpokes look so sad. Why do you have a Rattata and fucking Tuesday? Okay, whatever. Whatever, bruh. I kinda hate how sad they look. Cause I always liked Slowpoke, and now they just look so sad, just too strong. I mean, someone called a piece of my ass on Pew Pew too. Do you think they even registered it? Slowpoke with the tail cut off. It has a mail, read it? Okay. So let's read the mail. Be good and look after the house with Grandpa and Slowpoke. Love, Dad. Oh my god, that's so sad. Smoke with his tail cut off? Okay. I can't fight you. What do we have here? I am often labeled as the scariest and cruelest guy in Team Rocket. I strongly urge you not to interfere with our business. Oh, hello. Why is he a twink? Why are all the guys in this game a twink? What the fuck? My plan is working. I didn't even know this guy had a Zubat. But they all have Zubat, so I guess I should have expected it. But my plan, it's working. I really wish I had a Psychic type already, but whatever. I had to work for it this game. Because I can't use Alakazam, it doesn't matter where we go. There's always someone who doesn't agree with us. Or wait for Twinks. I hate Twinks! Oh, that one shot, that would have been funnier. Lol, you miss lol. I can make fun of them because, like, you know, I always miss. Die! No! I knew I should just use Ember again. Now you're gonna heal your Pokemon or something. No! Whatever. Yippee. Yippee. I'm so strong. For a kid to be this good. I didn't see it coming. Persona. That was a Persona reference right there. Team Rocket was indeed broken up 3 years ago, but we continued our activities underground. A small obstacle like you won't be much of a problem for our mission. I advise you to be very afraid of what is to come. Bro, they're gonna, like, kidnap me and kill me. Way to go, Celeste. Team Rocket has taken off. My back's better too. Let's get out of here. So that was it, Hi, Celeste. You handled yourself like a real hero. As I mentioned before, Team Rocket was disbanded by a boy called Red 3 years ago. No, her name was Green. Now that they have come back, I have a bad feeling about it. In any case, it would please me greatly to make Pokeballs for a trainer like you. That is all I have now, but take it. Fastball. What does that do? You have Apricorns for me? Fine, I'll turn them into Pokeballs. Oh, thank you. Should I just give you all of them? So I get all the Pokeballs? I'll give you pink ones. Take a day for me to pick. Oh, okay, never mind. That's why I give you my grandpa's number. Okay. Well, by the time I, like, play this game again, it'll be done. Are the Pokeballs even good? I want to catch my Pokemon in different Pokeballs, but... You know, we'll see if that happens. I'm just glad this gym isn't like, you know, good for Wooper. Cause if it was, I don't know. I don't know what I would have done. Okay, let me switch my person in front though. Whoa, it's happy. Your Pokemon stretches his body and is relaxing. Wait, I want to see that. Yay! Oh my god, they're so cute. I love this mechanic. Why do you never bring it back? Except in, like, you know, the newer ones. Why would they do that? Yo, Challenger Bugsy made this gym. It's a huge nest of bug-type Pokemon. Bugsy's young, but he's a master of bug-type Pokemon. It's going to be tough without my advice. Bug-type Pokemon don't like fire. Flying-type moves are super effective, too. I see. Why is there spiders? What the fuck? How do I go on? Oh, I see the puzzle. Okay. I think I solved it. I solved the puzzle. I didn't want to solve the puzzle. Bug Pokemon evolve young, so they get stronger that much faster. Puzzle, yeah. Well, time to insta-kill all your Pokemon and gain a lot of experience. Whoa, what if it evolves again? My Starburst. What if Starburst evolves again? Wait, that'd be crazy. Kakuna. Oh my god, Hunter, hello, it's been so long. How you doing? Have I solved the puzzle? Beedrill. Why you got that? You're gonna die instantly. But why do you have a Beedrill? Oh, you didn't die? Oh my god. I'm dead now. No, I'm dead now. I didn't kill the Beedrill, so I'm dead now. Fuck. If it was 5 times, I swear to god, bruh. I swear to god. Can I level up now? I deserve it. Yay! What does this do? Oh. Okay. I'm gonna go back. I wanna fight that guy over there. So how do I fight him? I think I go in the middle one. Yeah, I go in the middle one. Let me fight him! You come on this way, crossing the web like a bug Pokemon. Allow me to teach you the kinds of bug Pokemon. It's this stupid gym, yeah. Why is it stupid? I have a fire type, it should be easy. Right? Huh? Huh? This should be easy, right? He would sing? Oh. I mean, we'll see. I'm kinda over-leveled, so we'll see. I've been fighting too many things. So maybe I want to be over-leveled, you know? Being over-leveled is fine. Also, I'm surprised I haven't learned another fire-type move. That's actually insane. But lava doesn't learn shit, bruh. What the fuck? Need to be leveled enough so you can barely control the Pokemon? Yeah. You saying, oh, the Slowpoke, woo, you're mighty, but my grown-up Pokemon are pretty tough too. Are they? Josh! Oh my god, it's the Judge. It's the Judge. I love the Judge. Bye. And my Pokemon aren't going on strike, I'm doing something wrong. Yeah, I need to beat this gym. Because I think I can only control level 20 Pokemon, and, well, you see. You see what level they are. Okay, so I do this. Then, apparently. And then I go down here. And then I go and fight these assholes. Both of them at the same time. Are you challenging the leader? No way! If you insist, we'll be your opponents. Wait, is it actually a double battle? Oh my god, it is. Wait. I think... Wait. That's a flying type. Wait, I can just kill both of them right now. I think. Oh, also they're both level 18. Wait, that's insane. These assholes once again. They are assholes. They're fighting me. They initiated the fight. They're assholes. They deserve to die like that. Amy and Mimi. Oh goodness, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Bro, I one-shot both of them. I don't know what else to say. Why is this puzzle easy? That's what I tell the judge when I suck and kick middle schoolers. It was self-defense. I'm Bugsy, I never lose when it comes to bug-type Pokemon. My research is going to make me the authority on bug-type Pokemon. Let me demonstrate what I've learned from my studies. I'm killing this guy. He will die. Slicer! Okay. Whatever, bro. I knew I should have healed. Okay, you know what? That's fine. That's fine. I can just do this. Because you might heal it next turn. Yeah, like that. Yippee! Okay, hard one down. I see what you mean now. That gave me so much experience. What the fuck? Metapod. If I lose to a Metapod, I deserve this. Okay, actually, I'm gonna heal. I don't trust myself. I don't trust my luck, I should say. That's what I should say. Look, you're gonna crit right now. Oh, you didn't crit. Okay, never mind. Look, you're gonna crit right now. I thought I crit them, honestly. Kakuna, okay. Why do you send out your fucking hard Pokemon first? What the hell? Even though it's my last Pokemon, bug Pokemon are tough. Bro, you got a dick. You got a penis just out here, just dying. It's dead. Ah, that's the end of it. Why would you send out Scyther? Amazing, you're an expert on Pokemon. My research isn't complete yet. Okay, you would take this badge. I got the high badge because I am a hive mind. I love Pokemon, I love Pokemon. Do you know the benefits of the hive badge? If you have it, put Pokemon out to level 30 will obey you, even traded ones. Pokemon at no cut will be able to use it outside of battle too. I want you to have this. Can it be cut? What is it? U-turn. It lets your Pokemon attack, then switch with the next Pokemon in your party. I guess that's cool. Bye! Oh wait, I have to go back. I have to click the switch. No! I don't want to click the switch. Bye! Sorry, that was embarrassing. Bye! And I can just leave, right? Yeah. How did they make these, like, spiders? And, like, what happens if someone falls in that hole? Do they just fucking die? And they just say, oh, it's your fault? Like, what happens? Yeah, okay. I guess that makes sense. Okay, I think I know what the third gym is, just because of how many people have talked about it. It's either the third gym or the fourth gym, and I think this is where I get filtered. So I am scared. Don't forget to get cut in the forest. Is it here? Where I'm forced to go? Tell me something, is it true that Team Rocket has returned? What, you beat them? Quit lying. Are you serious? That's how good you are. Well, look at him. Ghastly! Why do you have a Ghastly? What's wrong with you? Banger song though? Yeah, he has a banger song. Too bad he's a dick. And he's looking at me mean. I can no longer escape even though he's going to die. Why would you trap, bro? I was in trapped with you, you were trapped with me. Croconaut? That's, Totodile evolution, right? So I will send you. It was indeed Totodile evolution. Why are you faster than me? Unless that's a priority move, I don't know. That's crazy that you're faster than me. No, that's actually insane. I mean, that would make sense, but still. Bruh. What is wrong with you? Get tackled. To be fair, I probably should have used super effective move because I didn't know if it was gonna heal. I should stop doing that. I should just use my strong moves. Well, that's something to remember later game. Like, late game, I mean. Zubat? Okay, nope, stay in. Two of your Pokemon are weak to me, that's crazy. Say, you got a lot of nerve coming here. What do you mean by that? Ouch. I think I just killed you in one hit. Yep. Oh, nope. Okay. That's ridiculous, there's no way I can lose to a wimp like you. Did you just, like, survive it so you can say that? Like, I swear. No. You're better than the confusion. Yes. I knew it. I knew you were. Use this Pokemon. Listen, you won only because my Pokemon were weak. Whatever you say, buddy. I hate the weak Pokemon trainers, doesn't matter who or what. I hate to see them hanging around. That goes for Team Rocket too. They think they are big and tough as long as they are in a group. But get them alone and they're weak. I hate them all. Linus, AR, thanks for the follow, Honk Honk. You stay out of my way, you won't be an exception if you get in my way. How you doing? I killed a Chud. And now he's chutting out. Don't you hate it when you kill a Chud and they start to chut out? Bro, story of my life. Great. Big if true, honestly. Alright, let me follow this Chad since he clearly knows where he's going. Oh yeah, this is the forest. Wait, who starts the side quest though? You said it's an old man, right? Forced to watch over by his protector, stay out of mischief. Unless the guy is in the forest, but I don't know. Is that what you said, Larry? Or like, are they here? In this town? Is it this old man? And they could have just taken it easy somewhere. The guy's in the forest? Okay. I see. To be fair, I'm kind of glad I'm like walking in circles because, you know, that's more stats for me. Yeah, I can just do this, you know? See, fuck! Level 6 Paris. I can kill you, you know. Nice one. I can kill this guy. This will probably kill him. It almost did. Oh, don't paralyze me, please. I don't need to be paralyzed. Please, please, please. Okay, whatever. Netball. No, I don't want to waste netball on you. Pokeball. You already know those things. I don't need to do anything. I need to go to the Pokemon Center anyway to cure the paralysis. What do I name this Chud? What do I name it? And its body grills large mushrooms named Tochukasu starts sprouting out of its back. I do want to give it a nickname. What do I name this Chud? Do I name it Chud? No, I don't want to name it Chud. Come on, there, you gotta come up with one. You specifically, you have to come up with one. I will literally wait here until you come up with a name. Little Chud? Okay, thank you. I was just gonna sit here in silence until you made one, by the way. I was gonna commit to the bit. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There we go. Thank you, little Chud. I love you. Let me go back so I can heal my paralysis and take this Chud out of my team. You're not my HM slave, I already have one. I don't even know if you're a good HM slave. The Chud will never be used. Though, I'm catching a lot more Pokemon than, last time, though. Until I was forced to catch a lot of Pokemon. Also, if I'm ever forced to catch, like, complete, like, my Pokedex or something, like, please just tell me. Cause, you know, I will not find out until it's too late, so please just tell me. I really don't want to go through that again. Though most of my Pokemon were in the Safari Zone, so yeah. I know less about this game, to be honest, I don't know. I mean, someone said no. But I'm just doing it anyway. Oh man, my boss is going to be angry. The Farfetch'd that cut trees for charcoal took off in the forest. Can you catch them for me? Farfetch'd has sensitive ears. If you step on a branch, they will face toward you. That's your chance. Sneak up from behind and catch them. Do you think you can do that? Okay, I will try to do that. I stepped on a branch. And I can't run, right? Or is it only by stepping on a branch they notice me? Cause it's so that stupid. Oh my god, Oddish! Oh my god, what a cute Oddish! I can't wait to catch it! I get to catch it, right? Right? Oh. Like his little face though. Azuba. Should I like put on a repel? I feel like I should put on a repel. Or something. Qua! And caught it from behind before he noticed you. Is it my party? Like, did I actually? You found a Farfetch'd, thank you, but there's one more missing. If you step on a branch, you'll face that way. Remember, that's your chance to catch it. Stick what? Yeah, whatever. Where's my bag? I don't know if I should waste a repel on this. Though I also have a lot of money now, so I don't know if it, like, even matters. But whatever. No, it's literally just right there, okay. I'm fucking dying, help me. It's a fucking Oddish. You know what, I should name this Smiley Face too. If I catch it. I'm not gonna catch one. I can't use it, remember? Because I used the Vileplume last game. Oh my god, they really want me to catch it though. You know what, if you survive this, you get to be caught. and never used. Okay, well they survived it. I think they want to be in my party now. I should buy more balls. But whatever. I know what to name this one, you don't even have to tell me. You don't even have to tell me. If exposed to moonlight, it starts to move. It roams far and wide at night to scatter its seeds. Yeah, you don't even have to tell me what I need to name this. I know what to name it.
Let's get a good stretch.
Thanks for the stretch. Who the fuck is calling me? Evening, how are you doing? This is Liz. Listen. I saw a beautiful kimono girl. I wish I could become a beautiful kimono girl too. Okay, I'll call you later. Okay, thank you, I guess. Bro, I should never given these assholes my fucking number. Wait, you're right there? How can I sneak up from behind on you then? To catch it from behind, I know. What the fuck? Oddish. Okay, also I can run. I've noticed. Okay, and then it just doesn't see me apparently. Oh, it's on me. Okay. Oh, do I just have to do it and then go around? Oh, that kind of sucks. Because I wanted to just like... Yeah, I don't think I can do that. Okay, whatever. Wait, but then I can't do that because that branch is still blocking me. So I need to like put it down there. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why do I need to do this? Go back to the top and around the sticks. You mean like that? Or do you mean... I do it... Oh yeah, I do it here and then I go around. I see. I see. What? You got both of them. Thank you so much. Boss's Pokemon won't obey me because I don't have a badge. You saved me. Oh, is that your boss right there? My far end fetched. You found the first kid, and without them, we wouldn't be able to cut trees for charcoal. Thanks, kid. How can I thank you? I know, take this. Yay, I finally got an HM. That's the HM cut. Teach that to a Pokemon to clear small trees. Of course, you have to have the gym badge from Azalea to use it. Guess what, bitch? I got that shit. I got that shit on lock. Now, please learn. Please, yes, thank you, Vacuum. Thank you. Oh my god, Vacuum is so cool. Yeah, look at how cute Vacuum is. Vacuum is so cool. Elix Forest Shrine. It's a tribute to the Forest Protector. Who's its protector? They're not protecting me, they hate me. Elix Forest is so overgrown with trees that you can't see the sky. Please watch for items that maybe have been dropped. Who's the protector? They hate me. They're not protecting me, bro. Also, I like how much faster this game is going compared to Fire Red. I thought this game would take longer, but apparently not. Also, I didn't even think there's something there, but whatever. I just kind of pressed A. How do I fight that man right there? Cause how long did it take me to get to the certain gym badge? Like, it took me like 2 streams, right? Or like the second gym badge, I mean. That took me like 2 streams, right? Or no? Maybe I'm just stupid. Kimono girl lost and all alone, poor girl, lost in the dark Elix Forest. What, you remember me from Violet City? You must be imagining. Anyway, will you show me how to get out of this forest? I guess. You will? Aren't you lost in the forest as well? How do you know how to get out of here? My Pokemon is cool. Wow, you're going to show me how to get out? You're such a smart Pokemon. See you. I got cucked? Oh, never mind. I thought my Pokemon was going with them. Okay, I see that item up there, but like I had to go back out of there, obviously. So I wanna go to this man. What the fuck is this man doing? What am I doing? I'm shaking trees using headbutt. It's funny, you try it with your Pokemon too. Okay, fine. Oh wait, they had to learn headbutt. Is headbutt good? Whatever. I don't need it. I don't need that shit. Maybe I need that shit. Maybe I do. What type is it? Is it normal or is it fighting? Cause it sounds like fighting, but it's probably normal. For some reason. I am going here. Give me this. Yay, Ether. I will now go over here. Bruh. Maybe I should put on a repel, you know? And maybe it'll be important. You know what? I'll kill this thing because I'm almost leveled up. It's just free experience, you know? And if I don't level up off of this, I don't fucking know. Yay! It only gave me 50 experience, by the way. Oh, Flame Wheel, let's go. Yes, let's go. Get rid of the fucking tackle. Like, why do I need that shit? Yippee. Is that your biddable tree? That looks like it'd be headbutted. Oh. That's why I need headbutt. I didn't know. Wait, is that just a secret area, or is it like something else? Oh, it is just a secret area, okay. Whatever. Whatever then, I don't need it. Maybe I need it, whatever. I don't know what I'm doing. Get me out of here. Butterfree, do you see the shrine that plays a monster protector? Wait, what? How long have I been muted? How long have I been muted? No one told me. Or was it just now? Just a little? Okay. Whatever. Wait, you gave me TM? What is this? Taunt. Okay, I don't need that, bro. Thanks, NVIDIA. Yes, thank you, NVIDIA. Okay, what I was saying was, okay, I responded to the guy, like the protector. I said, it's Celebi. And then, what else did I say? Oh, yeah, and I was like, oh, what do I need headbutt for? And then I found out it was that tree, and I was like, okay, but is it important I can use that? Like, what is it for? Besides maybe catching a Pokemon. So yeah, I didn't do anything. It's extra? Okay. Yeah, that's all I asked. Sandshrew? Sandshrew is ground, right? I don't have a water yet. But, like, you can also use it to murder people. I don't have my water Pokemon yet. I thought I would have gotten it by now, but apparently not. And I just like, what the fuck? I actually thought I would have gotten it by now. Spearow. Okay, I have a Pokemon that's weak to that. I could use this. Maybe. Whoever comes when you least expect it? Probably, bro. Honestly, probably. Like, at this point, yeah. Oh, what? I accidentally pressed the button. I pressed the button that lets me switch automatically. That's not even the button I stim with. I knew if I put it on the button I stim with, like, it would be horrible. But yeah. That's why I didn't put it there. Whoa. What the hell? I just got my Pokemon back from daycare. Let's see how much stronger it got. Wait, there's a daycare too. I can make my Pokemon fuck. Let's go. That's a normal type, right? I don't got fighting type yet. I don't got my team yet. This isn't fair. I don't have the people in my team yet. Get away from me. No, don't lick me. Ouch. I doubt Quick Attack will do that much damage. It almost did. We're both women, you can't do that. Okay, whatever. I actually thought it wouldn't work. I thought it only worked on the opposite gender. Or is that the other one? Or my Pokemon is lesbian. Who knows? It's either of these options. It's one of those options. Yeah, bird, ouch. I'm fucking dying. Okay, all I gotta do is burn you again. And then you lose, cause then the other bird will like... No! Okay, at least that did damage. Please. No. Please. Yay. I'm so glad that happened. Why does it end this way? Why do you say that? Who is... My mom is calling me. Hello? Oh, hi Celeste, how are you? I found a useful item while shopping, so I bought it with your money. Yeah, whatever. Why are you doing everything? What the fuck? Why are you doing everything? I'm the best in my class at Pokemon. Okay. Yep. She just said that. Mankey. I don't have Psychic. Ah, it's level 10. It should be fine. Right? Yes, it should be fine. Diglett. I don't have water. I don't got nothing, bro. Ouch. I flinched, are you serious? No, I swear if you flinch. I'm paralyzed. Come on, I know it'll die in one hit, baby. Actually, wait, no, this is like not neutral, right? You resist it. Oh no, you don't resist it. Okay, bye. I thought ground resisted fire, but I guess not. No, there are better trainers. Yeah, bitch, me. I'm the best one. If you transferred into my class, I'd become the second best student in my class, wouldn't I? I want to get stronger for that kind of effort. Would you trade phone numbers with me? Then we can have... Okay, fine. I'll just say yes to all of them. But, like, I feel like I shouldn't. They're kind of annoying me. See, I told you. My mom got another item, right? Yeah, thank you for buying me shit. What Pokemon can I get, Grandpa? Good work, Grandpa. The Pokemon you raised for me has been as healthy as can be. You look fit, too. Hey, Celeste. What? Let me introduce you to Celeste. She's a trainer. She seems to be getting better at raising Pokemon. Well, not as good as you, Grandpa, of course. Follow me. Are you gonna teach me how I can make my Pokemon fuck? Yeah, this is it, okay. Introduce my friend, this is Celeste. Aha, this is your girlfriend. That's half a sentence to come back to. I mean, that's what happened to you. What are you talking about? She just happens to live nearby. Tintoki Hirisen, you must be sure about her talent. Come and see us anytime. I better go now. Yeah, bye. I almost forgot. Here, this is my Pokegear number. Oh, thank you. I finally have your phone number. You know, you can talk to your Pokemon as they follow you, right? They do all sorts of cute stuff on the road and towns. I'm taking notes of every time they do funny things. Okay. So when you say anything, we were both trainers and we were supposed to exchange phone numbers, that's all. Bye. Okay, I will put a Pokemon in here, I guess. What Pokemon do I put in here? What Pokemon do I have in my party? I don't know. You know what? I'll put Togepi in here. Yeah, I'll make my Togepi fuck. It's gonna fuck something, I don't know. Oh wait, I can't make them breed, they only raise. Oh wait, okay, whatever. Whatever then. I don't care anymore. Deposit. I don't want you. And I don't want you. Can someone make eggs or are they considered baby food? I don't know. I fucking love... Yeah, I love Smiley Face too. I told you I had a name of that. I have an idea, I'll give you our numbers and you can check out the Pokemon reviews for you. Okay, thank you. Bro, I'm getting everyone's number. I don't know how I feel about this. Why is everyone giving me their numbers? I don't know how I feel about this. I'm gonna see what Pokemon is here. Celeste Fox. Oh, Drowsy, I need that. Okay. I need that for the Pokemon I want. I just hope this doesn't kill. Not like I care about raising you anyway. But still, I just hope it doesn't kill you. Fuck! Oh my god. You know, I should just do 2 quick attacks instead of Ember. That's what I should do. It's gonna take forever to find one again. I also didn't know it was here. I wanted another Pokemon, but I don't know where you get that. Oh, it must be high chance, okay. How many quick oh. What can I do then? Do I just switch Pokemon? You know what? Vacuum, you do something. I doubt you'll kill, right? Or am I doubting your power? I might be doubting your power. Actually, no, I don't think you'll kill. I mean, let's see. Ouch. Now they're dead. Any particular reason why it's called? I don't know, ask Larry. He named it. I doubted your power! No! And it sucks. What do you mean? Did you see the crit it got? Oh my god. I'll just switch in you. Hopefully you don't kill. We'll see. Bro, I think the hardest part about catching Pokemon is just getting them weak. Without actually, like, killing them. Tackle. Okay, yeah, I could just use tackles. Okay. Tackle. No! And it disabled it. Bro, I tried to keep you alive. That being said, good night. No, don't go good night. I'm gonna use tackles. I can't anymore. I did paralyze it though, so I don't know what I can do. Cause I think quick attack will just kill you, right? I mean, we'll see. An 11-year-old. Just don't be old. Fuck. We're having a paralysis battle. Okay, yes. Good night, my one and only mod. If something bad happens, it's your fault. The internal comments should we could be more paralyzed. Yay! Okay, what do I name this guy? It remembers every dream it eats. It rarely eats the dreams of adults because children's are much tastier. Okay. Yeah, what do I... If I left that to my own devices, I'm just gonna put it here, and you can guess what I'm gonna name it after that. You know what, I'm just gonna name it that, fuck you. I don't care. Yep. It deserves it. What's with you? What are you doing? Why'd you throw that at me? I thought you said you were going to bed. Policeman Keith. Oh my god, it's fucking Keith, bro. Look at fucking Keith, bro. Still eat me. Oh my god, I am. Wait. Okay, well, you'll wake up, whatever. It's fine, you'll just wake up. But then you need Joe. Okay. Okay. I mean, did you see the Pokedex thing? I think is justified. It's going to keep doing it by using Leers, so yeah. Oh, now you Zimmer. Bruh, okay, well, during this fight I can see where I can get one of the Pokemon I want. Oh yeah, okay. I can't get it right now anyway. Or I can't get it here, I mean, so whatever. Cotton Spore. What is that? What is this? The user releases cotton-like spores that cling to the foe, sharply reducing its speed stat. I mean, I have Thunder Wave. But it is I don't know. I don't think I need it. I just need like another electric type move or something. You don't have to worry about, yeah, whatever. Why is my mom calling me? Stop calling me! Stop buying shit! Why does she keep buying me shit? Oh yeah, mom and her gambling addiction. I confident in my ability to raise Pokemon and see. I should have said, no, you can't do this. Oh, Psyduck? Oh, okay, this is perfect for me. Yippee! Wait, I'm Bird? Since when? Very fair fight, yeah. You should build trainer Pokemon. Okay, whatever. I guess. You know what? It's just free experience. Oh, this is Goldenrod? My mom! Oh, this is a song. I know! Bro, she won't stop calling until I, like, buy something else. I had to buy shit, just because of this. I asked for to exchange phone numbers after I've been fucked. Yeah, me too. It's a hookup, you know? Also, why hasn't my Wooper, like, you know, done shit yet? I have the egg. It's just not doing shit. I thought I've been, like, going everywhere, but I guess not. What is this? The department store has a decent selection, but some items are only available as game corner prices. You can check its summary to see if it's close. Wait, how do I do that? Is it in Pokemon? And then do I do this? Oh yeah, there we go. I'm a serious Pokemon egg received from Primo. The egg watch will hatch for this. It doesn't seem close to hatching. Bro, I've been walking around everywhere. But do I just have to do this? Do I literally just have to do this until it hatches? Like, okay. Mine's good at bargain hunting. She always buy stuff at lower prices. Oh, is this like a store? Okay, we're gonna go to our department store. Okay, yeah, it's like the other town. What do you— I need a lot of shit. Can I make my egg go faster? I would like that. No, I don't want this. I want super potion. Apparently it takes about 5,000 steps. Oh my god. Why am I doing this? I want it, but why am I doing this? What the fuck? Okay, no, I'll stream. I'm literally just gonna run in a circle. You know, just so I get it. And so it's not gonna be too underleveled, but whatever. Why do you— Bro, why do you follow me everywhere? I got my Abra at the game corner, that's my best partner. Can I, like, make it hurry up, or no? Does that not exist? Does it have to be, like, 5,000 steps? When you battle, it's awesome. Really Jackson's special attack. I can't talk to you. I'm really impatient. I use XP to battle to speed up my Pokemon. I know there's a way to speed it up, but I don't know if it's in this game. Wait, what is it? I can see if it's here. I love strong Pokemon. I feed them protein to crank up their attack. It was great when they had the Pokemon Tamagotchi for it. Why is this guy just here? Pokemon with the ability to flame body speeds up. Oh. Some Pokemon evolve only through training. I know 4. Oh, okay. I heard there are others too. What do you need? I don't know. TNs. Oh, I can buy Flash. Evade. What is this? What is this? Supposed to attack with an intense blast of all-consuming fire and may also leave the target with the burn. Your attacks at full power? Those attack the powerful beam. That's Blizzard. What is this? I don't have enough money. Okay. I just wanted to see what it was. Can't renew a Pokemon to get in trade, and name was a reflection of the original trainer's feelings for it. That kinda sucks. Lady comes to check out Pokemon, she even gives away TNs. I collect Pokemon. Do you have a Drowsy? I want to trade it for my Machabi. Yes. I was looking for you. Here you go. Have Epstein, buddy. Epstein will be sent to Jose. Bye, Epstein. Goodbye, Epstein. Oh my god, it's a Nintendo DS that I totally have. Here, have a sex offender. I think he wants it. Look, it's going in the sky. Wee. Wait, can I name it or no? Cause they said I can't name it, but I want to name it. You know, I'll probably just force the name like in a using a save editor or something. Left to mod. Have a wonderful stream. Okay. Goodbye. I got myself a Drowsy. Thanks. Bustle. Yeah, I'll probably. I'm gonna rename this guy. You go in the front now, though. Just so I can stick with my theme. He's so tiny! Everyone is surveying the shells restlessly. Yeah, I'm gonna rename this guy, though. What's his name? Hang on. You can look at my Pokemon names and guess for yourself. Well, these two. It's these two. And if I had a Wooper... Well, yeah, yeah, whatever. There you go. Nice to see you. I must try to go to route. Welcome to the daily drawing corner. You can try and put together. We have wonderful prizes. Okay, I guess. Whoa, number 2 prize. Yay. Wait, what's the number 1 prize? Should I keep gambling? I'm gonna keep gambling. What's the number 1 prize? I'm gonna gamble. Number 2 prize. Always keep gambling. I'm gambling. The number 3 prize. Oron Berry. Wait, what's the number 1 prize? I need to know. I will waste all my money until I know. Cherry Berry. I need to know. What is it? Numbers are now. I need the number 1 prize. What is it? I need to know. What's your favorite state of matter? Solid, because I'm always solid. What's the number 1 prize? I need to know. Please. I keep getting the number 3 prize. I can only do this one more time. I need to know. No. Whatever. Whatever, bro. I needed to know. Take me down, slave. Thank you. Bing bong. I wasted all my money for this. Honestly, I think it was worth it. Why does every YouTuber use this song in their videos? A safe and sound playground. Oh my god. I can gamble. Let's go. You need a coin case. Oh, what the fuck. Mr. Game. It's John Game. If you here to play my coin game, come here, I'll give you a coin case. My name is John Game. Here you go. Yeah, whatever. I want your coin game. Thank you. How do I play this? The one time I want the tutorial, you don't tell me. Hey, yeah, I'll play. How do I play this? Here, you go. Whoa, okay, you go here. Whoa, you go, what the fuck? I wanna play. Does this tell you how many Voltors there are on a thing? Well, bruh. Immediately. Okay, I see now. I see now. I got in trouble for playing the basement of the department store. What is wrong with you? Is that man in black dressed up like a Team Rocket member? How silly. Oh, this guy? Going around City Radio Tower. So this is the radio tower. What do you want? You passed Scram. I'm going in. I'm gonna kill whoever's in here. I'm gonna go to Goldenrod's radio tower. It's the Pokemon lottery corner. Oh. Why is there so many? Why is there so many gambling? What the fuck? You have a special quiz campaign. Answer 5 questions correctly. No. You loaded to the fake Pokegear. I don't want to listen to. Okay, whatever. I'll do it. Can you check the town map with your Pokegear? Yes. This should be easy. Lead arena can only be female. Yes. Kurt, the Pokemon creator, uses apricots as a wait, what? Oh wait, it's apricorn. Okay, whatever. Whatever. Yes. I was gonna say all of them yes. And then that one was a yes. No. It's impossible to use a TM on Magikarp. Yes. Yay! In Professor Oak's popular show Poketalk, is he on his I guess. No, okay. I didn't know that one. That was a 50-50, because I didn't know that one. I had to do all this again. Whatever. Yes. And then no. And then yes. And then no. Yay! I can now listen to the radio. What do you want? Wow, you did it! I thought the answer to this third question was surely apricots. It's time to go back to the gym. Wait, I had to do this? Okay. I didn't know I had to do this. I just wanted to... Why does Jigglypuff look like a freak? What are you? I'm Buena. Do you know about the radio show called Buena's Password? You can tell me the password to Pokemon your old parents. Say I just want to trade them with that sweet lady over there for some choice prizes. Why does everyone want me to gamble? Or like, learn, or like, play games, I don't know. Muscle has a sleepy look on its face. Where's total okay, 0, whatever. Radio's good, you know, cool music and Pokemon information, expressing news and moving dreams. It has everything. The only thing missing would be images. What's they call that a TV? Sorry, I'm trying to read them fast, but like, I don't fucking know what to do. My fucking thing. It's so, I don't know. I want my Wooper. That's what I want my Wooper. But apparently it'll take forever, and I didn't know it'd take forever. If I knew it'd take forever, I would've just tried catching one. I have a branch here, but I can't sell my bicycles. Why is that? Could you ride a bicycle and advertise for me? Okay. Give me your name and phone number and I'll loan you a bicycle. I have a bike. Yippee. Give me a free bike, nerd. Oh wait, that's not what I wanted. Where is it? Is it here? Yep. There's a time and place for everything, but not now. Okay, can I ride my bike now? Oh, that's not the bike. Is this the bike? No. What's the bike button? It said 2. Oh, I have to tap it. Oh, I don't want to do that. So I will do that then. Now let me back out. You know what? I'm just wasting steps. I'm just using my steps, you know? Yeah, that's all I'm doing. I'm just using my where am I going? I'm just using my steps. I don't want to be in here. I'm just using my steps. Wait, actually I should go in there. I'm just using my steps. I keep losing in battles, so my Pokemon end up fading. Maybe that's why my Pokemon don't like me much. Bro. I like how it's a mechanic that if you're a shit trainer, your Pokemon just hate you. I love that that's a mechanic. What is this? I'm the official name raider. Yes. You. I want to change your name. But I don't know if I can change your name. Yeah, I can't change your name. Okay, I'll just do it in a save editor. Fuck it. Get off your bike in the tunnel. You can't if it's a trader mon. Yeah, that's why I said I'll change it in the save editor if I can. If it lets me. Apparently there's an odd tree on Route 36. They say it dances when you water it. Oh, of course not. This is a flower shop, so we do have water cans, things like that, but I cannot let you have one. It's too dangerous. I can only have a watering can if I can... Bro, why are watering cans dangerous? Why do I need an ID to... Okay. This gym is home to normal-type Pokemon trainers. I recommend you use fighting-type Pokemon. Guess what I have, buddy? I got Muscle. I gotta rename him, though. You're a cute little trainer. I like you, but I won't hold back. This guy, if I can, he's getting renamed. Creepy thing to say. Karate chop, because I don't think you weigh a lot. I learned that the hard way. If you were for it, maybe. Alright, and you're traded, so like, yeah, your XP is boosted. So yeah, I will just get a lot of experience for this. Wait, this is so fucked. Ouch. Ouch. When does Machop, evolve to Machoke? What level does it evolve? Because I think it's close, right? So I could just get him a champ like this. I don't want Foresight. Foresight fucking sucks. No, I don't want Foresight. Level 26? Oh, never mind. That will not happen. Wait, is Foresight the thing? It was easier to hit a ghost type with any type of move, and also... Oh. I mean, I still don't want that. Because I don't really need this for a ghost type. If I get to fight a ghost type, I'm not using this. Like, bro. No. Ouch. Why'd that almost kill me? I know you're higher level, but why'd that almost kill me? Whatever. Though if I level up like every single time I kill something, maybe they will evolve. I don't know. I just need to fight everyone here and then I'll be good. Give it your best shot or I'll take you down. And then, you know, I'm gonna go to the Pokemon Center and then come back. Meows. Oh, don't bite me. Ouch. I like how Messel is killing them with fucking karate chops. That's all they're doing. Wait, it's a her? Wait, why are all my Pokemon so far women? Coochie coochie coo. All my Pokemon are women. What I miss? I'm gonna fight Whitney in a bit, so I might just suffer. No! Oh my god, Muscle the goat! Queens? Yeah, they are queens. I want to change Muscle's name, it's actually annoying me. I was going for his name. But we'll see, I guess. When do I need water or ground type, by the way? Is it the next gym? Because if it's the next gym, I might be fucked. Because this Wooper it's not close to doing anything. I can't go down here. Okay, what the hell? I want to fight those two. I guess I just go in the middle, huh? What is this? Or do I just go in there? The collision on these blocks is so weird. You should let your guard down just because I don't look dumb. Good luck, and thank you. I will need it. But honestly, I have Muscle. So it should be fine, right? Right? It'll be fine, right? Maybe? And they're not killing. Wait, but low kick should be good against... the cow, right? Miltank? Because Miltank, like, weighs a lot, right? I don't know if it's gonna be stronger than Karate Chop, though. I like cute Pokemon better than strong Pokemon, but I have strong and cute Pokemon. I guess we'll find out. A Jigglypuff. I just need to give Muscle, like, all the experience. I really want to change the name, though. I wish I could. I guess we'll find out if a same editor truly can do everything. But yeah. I'm also so glad the experience is boosted, because like that's helping me so much. I wouldn't have gotten like this powerful if the experience wasn't boosted now. Well, time to get low kicked, I guess. Right, they just had to Sable like it's over, huh? Can I use it still? No. Wait, that wastes my turn? No, okay. I didn't know that wasted my turn. Whoa, crit. But yeah, they already leveled up like 5 levels. It might be 6. No! Why is it still disabled? What's wrong with you? Must have become stronger than God after fighting one Jigglypuff? Yeah. Yeah, no? If they were like level 15 or something, they might have like evolved this gym. Is it good to evolve Machoke immediately? Or no? Is that a bad idea? Like, does it learn good moves as Machoke, or should I just evolve it to Machamp immediately? I'm stuck! I will go to Pokemon Center, I fought everyone here, I can't, what the fuck? Needs to be traded to become a champ. I know it does. That's why I'm asking. Should I do it immediately or not? Like, does it learn good moves as Machoke, or should I just evolve it immediately? Why is my mom calling me? Please stop buying shit with my money. I will just go in here. Help me, release me. Thank you. Release me. But Champ and Machoke both learn the same moves. It just takes longer for Champ. Oh, okay. Maybe I should just keep it as a Machoke then. Unless I'm struggling, and then I will evolve it. But I don't think I should be struggling that much, right? Right? Haha. We'll see, I guess. I should probably save, huh? I'm gonna save. It takes forever to save, that's why I haven't been saving. Like, look at how long it takes to save, yeah. I'm Whitney. I saw you at the radio tower just now. Everyone was into Pokemon, so I got into it too. Pokemon are super cute. You want a battle? I'm warning you, I'm good. I know. I know you're good. That's the problem. You only have 2 Pokemon and like you're horrible to fight. That's insane. Yeah, I shot that bitch.
Stretch.
Oh, hi. Thanks for the stretch. And thanks for throwing shit at me. Hello, Creamy. How's it going? Ouch. Ouch. What the fuck? Bro. Attack and I could. Bro. Did it hit me it hit me the full fight turn. Are you serious? Get the fuck out of here. Alright, it's time. Hey, just one left, but I ain't losing you here. Alright, I forgot that also fucks you up, huh? Oh my god, bruh. I think if he uses rollout, like, I unironically just win. Which is funny. But we'll see if that happens. Okay, they're just gonna stomp me to death, right? Huh. Poor me. Like, I needed to use rollout, is a thing. Unless fighting is weak to rock, but I don't think so, right? Like, the problem is just stomp. No. Oh my god! I'm good at Pokemon now! Yippee! Hi, Skyo. Oh, seismic toss, I guess. Because what is this? The foe is thrown using the power of gravity and inflicts damage equal to the user's level. What does Focus Energy do? Raise critical hit ratio. And what does Leer do? Target's defense is reduced. I don't want to get rid of Leer, but whatever. Honestly, both were fine, but whatever. Thanks for scanning me. Oh my god. Yeah, you would, yeah. You meanie. I didn't get the badge. You meanie. Wait, what do I have to do? How do I leave? I can't leave. Oh, there we go. Oh no, you made Whitney cry. It's okay, she'll stop soon. She always cries when she loses. Okay. What do you want, a badge? Oh right, I forgot. Here's the plain badge. Thank you. What a little bitch. The plain badge lets your Pokemon use strength outside of battle. Oh, you can have this too. Why do people think Whitney's hard, by the way? Just get him a job. I heard this thing called the Pokeathlon Dome is now open right next to the National Park. You should go try it since you're so good at battling with Pokemon. Where's the National Park? Where's anything? Yeah, so why do people think Whitney is hard? Haha. I can be arrogant now. I beat Whitney in one try. I can be arrogant now. My luck is good now. This game, my luck decided to be good. I don't know why. The Nuzlocke is going strong. It's not a Nuzlocke, though. I would. Thank you. If this is a Nuzlocke, I would actually just kill myself. In-game. I cannot do Nuzlocks. With my luck, I can't do Nuzlocks. My luck has been good, like, so far, though. I don't know why. It just has been. Where's the store? Oh yeah, this is the store. I need to buy more potions. Cause I am the potion seller. And I need to buy potions. I will buy a suit. Actually, should I just buy... I don't know. I'm gonna buy more. I'm gonna buy 3. I have no money. My mom has all my money. I have no money. Bye. Wait, where's... Oh, there he is. I have a package for you from your mom. Here you go. Passion berries. You know what? I don't think I want my mom to have my money anymore. More accurately, the casino has all your mom's money. You never read it. By the way, you say that you want to keep on saving. Don't save money. Okay, I won't save your money. Keep it up. I'm rooting for you. Yeah, I don't think I wanted to have my money. Okay, where do I go now? I think I'm doing good, but where do I go now? Train! I go into train. Johto Kanto Magnet Train Line, Goldenrod City Station. The calling sound always gave me anxiety because that's what my morning alarm sounds like. Well. Where's the... Oh yeah, I can get this now. But where's the national park that they were talking about? There's an tree on Route 36, they say it dances when you water it. That's a plain batch from going around. Did you beat Whitney? Well then there's nothing to worry about, is there? Yay, I'll let you use this squirt bottle for a while then. No, never mind, keep it. Why is it called a squirt bottle? Why did I need ID for this? You know, based off the name, I think I know why I needed ID for this. But yay. Look at my badges. I like how the plain badge actually is plain. It's just a diamond. What is this? It's a guy. Once, while I was battling, my Pokemon couldn't use any moves. The power points or PP of its moves were all gone. Okay. Have I wasted enough steps yet? Is it close to hatching? I guess I can check. Sounds can be heard coming from inside. It will hatch soon. Wait, should I just keep wasting steps then? Should I just keep wasting steps? What's the next badge? I don't know what the next badge is. Like, who's the next gym leader? Is it weak to water? Cause the baby is incoming. Because if it is, I kind of will just waste time here. Because I need it. So where's the national... Is this a national park? Global terminal. An amazing and completely global terminal. Someone was calling me. And then they hung up. Oh well. What the fuck? Earth! This is so frugal arrow, bro. Oh my god. All I need to do is leave a Pokemon here to trade. He knows if I be trading with... Oh, is this how you trade? With the world? Yep, okay. I don't think I can do this anymore. But thank you. I meant Frugal Arrow, by the way. I don't know why I said Frugal Arrow. Where's the national park? I'm assuming it's up there then. What do you want? So this is the radio tower. What do you want? You pass Scram. Okay, so they're probably gonna like 9/11 the radio park or something. The radio tower, whatever. I mean, not looking, but I'm pretty good at mechanics. Do you want to know how to listen to the radio? No. Was I being a backseat driver? His reply that I wrote, I am stuck here and was wondering if you could deliver it. He's on Route 31? Okay, fine, I'll do this. I don't know if it's worth it. There's a weird tree blocking the road. I wonder if it's been cleared. I can clear it. I think. Yeah. Or I can just fight more guys. That's also good. Kenya. Bro, these guys named their Pokemon the weirdest shit. Oh, is it gonna be my party permanently? Unless, I had to go there then. Okay, fine. Oh, Vulpix, what the fuck? I mean, whatever. No. We both have fire type moves, no. You're immune to them, though. I need the baby. Okay. That was easy. Oh, I couldn't win. You said I'm Route 31, right? Like over here somewhere. It's over here somewhere. I don't know. You just said Route 31. I will waste more stats so I get my Pokemon. I will do it. That's why I'm doing this. Okay, this is Route 34. I'm getting closer. Well, I'm getting so close. Go away. Already followed me, you're all weak, go away. And then this is... Forest, uh-oh. This is bad. Uh-oh. I should probably just put on a repel, huh? Or something. Bro. I wish I had fly. I need fly. That's what I need. I need it. I need it so bad. Wait, Route 31 is like all the way back, isn't it? And I don't have fly. And he said there was a tree blocking the road. I don't know where that is. I mean, there's this tree. I can cut it, though. But yeah, I don't know where anything else is. I really am just doing this for the stats, though, by the way. And this is Azalea Town, so I literally don't know where I am. Wait, I can check the map though, right? Is this the map? This is the map. Where is this? Johto, Slowpoke Well, Union Cave, Lighthouse. World Islands. Route 38. Route 42. Oh, wait, the routes are that. Okay, 35, 33, 32. Yeah, I knew it. It's all the way back here. Oh my god. Whatever. I'll do it. Just to get this stupid bird out of my party. And also to get an Uber. Why is it raining? Oh no, I have to go to the fucking cave. Oh my fucking god. Maybe I shouldn't have done this. Maybe this is a mistake. I think it was a mistake. This is a mistake. I shouldn't have done this. Why am I doing this? I don't deserve this. I just gotta retrace the trainers that I killed. And it's over here somewhere. No! I like how I had to go all the way back. Cause I don't have fly. Unless Kenya has fly. Does Kenya have fly? I don't know. I should have checked. But then I would have, like, you know, had to come here anyway. So whatever. You don't have fly. Yeah, Leer for attack, pursue, aerial ace. Okay, yeah, you don't have fly. And I'm on 32. So now I gotta be over. No. Wait, fuck. I should just put on a repel. You see all the shit I had to go through? Like, oh my god. I know I haven't done it yet though. Oh! Yippee! What if you want a level 4? I don't know, but yippee! I'll have a level 1 Wooper. That's what I'll have. I would. Okay, keeping up with the steam. This will be this guy's name. Wait, it's also women, bro. I had, okay, for my other 2 members, they had to be women. Like, they had to be. I had to have an all-woman party. I had to have the girlies. Not Whopper, no. I'm naming it that more so for the Quagsire. Because then it's not gonna be Wooper forever. And then Quagsire looks like, you know, a gummy bear. That's why. You gotta think ahead. I found one anyway. Oh my god. You know what, I'll see if you have a better ability. Not a female one, true. What does a fastball do? Is it Pokemon that makes it easier to catch fast Pokemon? I'll use this. I'll see if it works on a level 6 Pokemon. It worked on a level 6 Pokemon. I'll see which one's better. Cause it kind of depends on the ability. Cause there is a specific ability I want. Pokemon. Summary? Yeah, what's your summary? Wait, how do I check its ability? Damn, prevents combatants from self-destructing. Okay, that's not really that good. I wasted all this time for that. Just for me to get one. The male one might be better. It might actually be better. Is this your friend? You run my war, but you came looking. That pleases me, I'll take this. Oh, thank you. Roar, it's Roar! Your Pokemon run from a good roar. Expensive items to be useful for your journey. Okay, yeah, whatever. Ruins of Alph East entrance. Should I go to the Ruins of Alph? Like, what is that? I don't know what that is. I want to know what that is. Let's see, deposit. I'll just deposit the Wooper. And see. And then the left one is the levels. I mean, it's level 6 and level 1. It should be easy to tell which one's which. Yeah, serious ability. Oh, they both have damn. I mean, this one's level 1, so I might just take the level 6 one. Oh wait, their fins are different. I didn't know that. No, I worked hard for this. I had to use it. I had to use it. What am I doing? But yeah, Damp is kind of a stupid ability, and then Wooper just takes forever to find, so it's like, okay, I guess I'm sticking with Damp, huh? Is Route 31? Yes. Okay. I found a good Pokemon arcade. We're going to raise the ticket on Faulkner. He's the leader by the... Okay. You said there's a guy here. I feel like I'm reading some words on a piece of paper or something. Here you go. Yeah, I found him. Let's see, thank you for your mail. It was such an exciting adventure. I did not like Zubat though, that's what it says. I went to a dark cave the other day with a friend. That cave leads to another route, by the way. I must thank you for being so kind. I'd like to do something good in return. Oh, what the fuck? What'd I get? TM44 is rest. Oh, I see. Okay. That makes sense. Oh yeah, I should probably put Wooper in the front. That way, its friendship, like, you know, becomes good. Or should I put it in daycare? I should put this in daycare, right? Or no. I don't know what the next gym is, like I said. But if it's not getting experience with me, I should probably put it in daycare. So maybe I will do that. And then I will just come back when, I don't know, it's higher leveled or something. And we'll see what happens. We will actually see what happens. The Wooper looks so cute, by the way. I will use my repel too, because fuck this. Where's my repels? There we go. Small friend. Why am I still in a fight? It's another Wooper. Wait. Wait, this might be good. This might be good. I will use Ultra Ball. Why am I fighting them now, by the way? It's also a woman, so if this is like the level 6 woman Wooper that I need, with the good ability, I guess we'll find out. I can't believe Wooper is considered strong enough to, like, you know, still get through the repel. Okay, buddy. It better be another Wooper. It is. I'm just gonna catch all of them. I'm gonna catch them all in different Pokeballs, though. You know what? Yeah, Luxury Ball. It's based on your Pokemon's level? Oh. That's why I'm only finding Woopers. Yeah, but I'm gonna catch all these Woopers. Is it your pet type? It kind of has a higher level than your lead Pokemon? Okay, I see. But yeah, and I'm gonna see if they have better abilities, and damn. If this was not a woman, I will not catch it. It's a woman. I will waste all my Pokeballs catching this. I have a lot of money though, so it shouldn't matter. I can just buy more Pokeballs. Woman. But I'd rather use the level 6 ones than a level 1 one, you know? My box is just gonna be full of fucking Woopers. Okay, I need to get out of here. Pokemon. Switch, use, thank you. And then bag. Repel. Use, thank you. Oh, wait, I shouldn't go to, whatever. Whatever. It's fine. Okay, I will deposit. Okay, what are you? Quirky? Yes, I wanted water absorb. Okay. Deposit you. I don't know what quirky does, but you know what? You're a quirky whooper with water absorb. Whatever. It's fine. Just Pokemon dog? Whoa, hello. Anyway, I'm gonna name it. Dude is me. I'm gonna name it Gummy. And yep. That was the original Gummy. Just pretend, please. That it was the original Gummy. Its name is Gummy. Quirky is a natural in nature. Oh, neutral in nature. So it doesn't mean anything, right? Poor Gummy. I really need to buy better repels. Like, bruh. I mean, this is the end of the cave, but like, it's gonna be... Yeah, it tries to boost the raise and lower special defense, so there's just no effect on stats. Okay. I mean, good enough for me. I don't know if I should put it in daycare then, though. Or if I should just, like, leave. I mean, okay, daycare is close, so I'll decide what to do off-stream. And yeah, you'll see what I chose next time I stream this game. I just want to get back to where I was, though. Can daycare truly taint someone quirky? No, it makes them stronger. That's why I want to put them in daycare. Put me in daycare. It's not being named after you, it's being named Gummy. The quirkiness grows. And I'm gonna see if I can rename my Machop, like, off-stream too. And if I can, well, you'll see. A tank fish and name it Enox? No. I killed all the fish I found, actually. Because I didn't want them. Bruh. Put in daycare, never pick up. I mean, they'll call me, right? I want a Quagsire, that's why. So I will put it in... I will put it in daycare. Oh, wait, you know what? I should fight these guys, huh? Whatever. Oh, wait, no. Water is weak to grass. What am I saying? Yeah, and fucking Gummy is 4 times weak to grass. What am I saying? Bro, what is wrong with me? I think maybe I'm quirky. Gummy is fucking exploding after looking at a plant? Yeah. Why is he about screaming in my right ear? Because the Pokemon are on the right side of the screen on the DS, so, yeah. That's why your Pokemon screen's on the left here, because it's on the left side of the screen on the DS. But, you know, because I'm playing on my Nintendo PC, you don't do that. Okay, I will just go up here. I already fought that thing over there. Yeah, I will just... No, don't do that. I will just save right now. How many things do I have in my Pokedex? It says 15 now, but... How much would it be? Would it be 16 or what? No, it's 15. Okay. I will end the stream now. Because, yeah. Let me go over here. Let me go over here. I'll try to sing this to the hardest then. Yeah, I'm ending the stream. Good night. Let's see. Tomorrow, no stream. It is Monday. Tuesday, I will stream more Zelda. Wednesday, I will stream more of this. And then that's the first half of the week. I think this Saturday, I want to do the movie night like I've been saying, so yeah. If you want to watch Digital Circus with us, yeah. Anyway, I'll try to find someone to raid. Because I am dying.
Here you go, have a head pat.
I am actually dying. Thanks for the head pat. I am dying. Is someone streaming? I mean, I don't know if I want to raid someone, because I actually don't know what this game is. Like, the story in this game. I think it is a story. I don't know if there is one, though. I mean, it looks like there's a story, so yeah. I will try to find someone to raid, though. You know, I could raid them. Yeah, I'll raid you. They're playing Eugenics. I'll just raid them. Here you go. Do that. I will go to bed now. Wait, I have to do the raid. Yeah, good night, bye.